Time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
I think the Thunder ended. I think it's Thunder in a rout. And I know the public was going to be lining up on that side. The Dunks are lined up on that side. I kind of don't care, Sam. I expect the Thunder to end it easily tonight.
You know the Thunder are going to win. This is a double-digit lead at half, and then Minnesota just waves the white flag.
Pass deflected and stolen. SGA down a lane, throws it down. More defense to offense. Nas Reed trying to get aggressive. Another turnover. Jalen Williams goes up and lays it in. Minnesota needs another timeout.
Yeah, not much reason to stick with that one last night. I think you could say that a number of times throughout these NBA playoffs. Welcome in, Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We will preview maybe the last game of the conference finals coming up tonight in about 20 minutes from right now. Nick Friedel will be joining us on the NBA. Sean Zerillo on Major League Baseball. So with Sean and also ourselves, we will do kind of like a Memorial Day reset. That's a popular talking point in Major League Baseball. Once you get to Memorial Day, teams evaluate themselves, see where they're at, see what the needs are, and it's a decent sample size to do so, so we're going to do that. We will continue to preview these NFL divisions. Today, we cover the AFC South, everybody's favorite division. Paul Aspen's Jaguars are always a hot topic when it comes to that division. We'll play nickel or dime, bunch of other fun planned over the next few hours. You heard it there, Sam. We were right, and after the first quarter, said after the half, maybe they'll quit. Like in the first quarter, it was like, would they score 9? It was over early, man. It was obvious.
Boring.
Yep.
And we're going to see a lot of that, unfortunately, in the NBA Finals, which we'll discuss over the next couple of days. I'd like to read you a tweet, if I may, from May 20th, 2025. At Magic Johnson. Okay. I have the New York Knicks beating the Indiana Pacers and the Minnesota Timberwolves beating the Oklahoma City Thunder to advance to the NBA Finals. This is example number 892. Just because you watch basketball and just because you were good at basketball doesn't mean you can predict basketball. He is going to whiff on the conference finals, and he's one of the greatest players of all time.
And there are a lot of people that are in that camp, too, completely whiffing on the NBA Finals. We wake up today, and if you look at the title odds, I kind of did a double take. I was like, wait, what? Okay. I knew it was going to be high. I didn't think it would take that big of a jump with a 3-1 series lead to now locking their spot representing the West in the NBA Finals. It is, without knowing the opponent, the Thunder minus 750 to win the championship. Okay, so we've talked a lot of smart people. You've talked to, even before the series got going, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't even think about going to that Minnesota side. And, of course, with every victory, number gets higher and higher. But, Sam, yesterday it was minus 425. Today it's minus 750. Everybody's been saying the opponent probably doesn't matter out of the East. The Thunder are going to win it. But does minus 750, does that kind of shock you a little bit?
Not really. You know what they're doing. They want you to come in and take the other side. Please, that's what they want. Come on in. We're going to give you the other team at 475, 490. We will give it to you. We will roll out the red carpet, and we will let you bet the dog in the finals at almost 5-1. Come on in. Water's warm. Not going to do it.
Mm-mm.
I'm not laying minus 750 either.
Oh.
But I would, if this is even fair to say out loud, I would, well, I think I'd rather lay it and take it, but I'd have to parlay it with other things. I'm not laying 750 straight. Being the last passenger on a packed train is not how I live life. But you do need reinforcements. This is why you need your betting buddies to slap the hell out of you when you start thinking about I almost said something bad there. You know what? It's very difficult on a radio show sometimes to not just let it fly.
Yeah.
I had people tell me, don't be stupid. Don't take the Timberwolves at 3-1. What do you think those people would tell me if I said, hey, I'm going to take the Pacers or I'm going to take the Knicks to win the finals? The same exact thing.
Yeah, it's probably even worse in this situation, no matter which opponent it is. I think Minnesota's probably power rated better than those two teams out of the East. So that's how we get here with this price of minus 750. Truly remarkable. A 30-point win. You were saying early on, hey, this might be 5. Everybody was saying 6, 7. Same thing with the Indiana-New York series. And that might end tonight in 5. But you were saying that one's going to be short, most likely, and it was. SGA terrific last night, 34-7-8. Of course, he's named the Western Conference Finals MVP, as he should have been. Regular season MVP. He gets the scoring title this season. All NBA first team. He's putting together a spectacular year, and there's a very good chance he wins a championship, and he's your Finals MVP.
It's crazy. Keith Smith, who we have on the show from time to time, at Keith Smith NBA, he did a little synopsis of the Thunder. 2 players over the age of 30. 14 of their 15 players are under team control through 27. They have Nikola Topic overseas, who's the number 12 pick in the 24 draft. They have 2 first-round picks next month, and they have 10 more first-round picks through 2031. That is called sustained success. Even Theo Epstein couldn't do that with the Cubs.
10 more. Funny thing is about the Thunder is we were having these conversations like 5 years ago. Oh, man, look at all these assets. Look at all these assets. It's not only having the assets, collecting them, but then what are you going to do with them? And now they put it together. They've got this terrific team. I didn't say great yet because they haven't won a championship. Let's hold off on that. But people, when they probably do, everyone's going to point to the dynasty conversation. And I don't think that's insane with what they've built. I know we always do this when a new team comes along and it's a young core, but it's going to be hard to believe that this team is not involved in this spot for a very long time. But everything goes back to one person. Even though they have the depth, they're great everywhere, come at you at waves with defense. It goes back to SGA. So, Sam, I bring you back to the 2018 NBA draft. And there were some spectacular players taken ahead of him. Luka Doncic went 3rd overall. Trae Young went 5th. Jaren Jackson Jr., I'd say Memphis happy with that selection, number 4 overall. But here are the others. Before SGA goes 11 to Charlotte, which was traded to the LA Clippers, which was also traded. Paul George, SGA, maybe one of the worst trades of all time. Number 1 pick, DeAndre Ayton by Phoenix. Number 2, Marvin Bagley III out of Duke to Sacramento. Mo Bamba went 6th to Orlando. Wendell Carter Jr. went 7 to Chicago. Colin Sexton 8 to Cleveland. Kevin Knox the 2nd to the Knicks. Mikal Bridges to Philadelphia. Boy, that's a lot of swings and misses.
I forgot Mo Bamba was a player. I thought he was just a song at this point. Awful picks. The Kings, have the Kings ever made a good pick, though? Think about it.
No,
have
they
ever
drafted up.
ever a good player? Mm-hmm. It's a joke there. It is a joke. And now we got tonight. I know we're going to talk more about it real soon. You got the Knicks season on the line, and the market is betting the dog. which we'll get to. And I told Jenks and Chelsea this. I didn't think it was a powerful line because I've said it so many times. Chris Andrews told me a long time ago, if you must win, you must not be that good. Jenks goes, ooh, I like that. I'm going to steal that. I go, well, it's not even my line. But that's what you had last night? Oh, well, the T-Wolves literally have to win. Well, tonight, the Knicks have to win. And when you have to win, it means you didn't do your job at some point in time. A lot like the Carolina Hurricanes, who didn't do their job. Did you see him go up, bang, bang, 2-0?
Yep,
right away.
2-0.
Bang,
after the first
bang.
period. Yeah.
I wasn't even watching it. And then my buddy goes, turn on the hockey game. It's really good. Florida's right back in it. And Florida ends up winning, and Florida advances again to another Stanley Cup final, third in a row. Carolina just cannot win in this round. That is one win in their last 17 Eastern Conference final games.
Yeah, they go up 2-0 after one period, and then Florida says, hold on. 3-0. They take the second period, and it was over. Just ball game right then and there. Again, another situation. The star players ball out. You've got Bennett, Kachuk, a goal and an assist each. Barkov, Reinhart, 2 assists in that one, and they march on. They were short favorites in that spot, and I guess you kind of get it. Like, people buy into that narrative of desperation spot at home. Oh, they're going to win it, like they're going to say tonight with New York. It was minus 125, and the Panthers end up winning. They advance. The over hits easily with 8 goals in that one. And like the NBA Finals, half of that is set. Half of the Stanley Cup Final is set.
You know which player has really changed the trajectory of the Panthers season? And he's not even near the top for Conn Smythe. I was taking a peek last night. Falika texted me, the Bear. He goes, hey, what do you think about Marchand for Conn Smythe? I said, I hadn't even thought about it. He said, I'm going to bet him 60-1. Yep. BetMGM's down to 50 right now. Brad Marchand in 17 playoff games has 4 goals and 10 assists. He's almost a point per game player. And this is a guy that is now going to play in his 4th Stanley Cup final. Has already won a cup, knows how to win. He was the factor in that series against Toronto. People may forget, Joe, that Toronto had a 2-0 series lead and was up 3-1 in game 3. And then Marchand took that game over. And he's been crucial for them, not only at the end of the Leaf series, but he's been really good in the last series. Or he was very good because the series is over. I got a guy who's really good at betting futures saying bet Brad Marchand to win the Conn Smythe.
Yep. I don't think that's a bad idea at all. If you look at the top, okay, so if you play this out, if it's Edmonton, and it's going to be tough to beat McDavid. Now, McDavid is neck and neck with Draisaitl. 24 points for McDavid, 23 points for Draisaitl overall. And remember, we're looking at the entire playoff picture. But I don't think that's a bad look at all, especially when you look on that side and some of the players on Florida and where those numbers were. I saw it at 55 yesterday. I don't know if that number is now gone, but I would go value on that side. McDavid, could he win it again even if they lose in the final? Yeah, they could. But I think that's a pretty good look. Like, we could throw out a bunch of Florida names and say, yeah, he could win. Yeah, he's close to him too. So when you see these values of certain guys that are in the 30s and the 50s, I think we could make a case there and go ahead and make a play there. Could Verhaeghe win it, you think?
I think a lot of those guys could win it, especially if this goes 5 or 6 games, because you have so much more opportunity to pad stats. I think Bennett, I countered with Bennett last night when I was texting with Bear. Because Bennett's got 10 goals, and he had the empty netter last night to put it away, came out of the penalty box, scooped it up, and scored. He's got 10 goals, 6 apples, so he's got 16 points. Barkov has 17, but they're very tight at the top. Barkov 17, Bennett 16, Kachuk 16, Marchand, Verhaeghe both have 14.
Yeah.
It could be any of those guys. Bennett's 50-1 at MGM. Oh, sorry, 40-1. He's 40, Marchand's 50.
So those numbers haven't moved that much.
Nope.
Not that much from yesterday. I mean, that's how I would attack it, right? I would just look to that side. There's no Oiler that's going to beat McDavid, correct?
Probably not.
Yeah. So I think if you're betting this, if you're looking for value, that's what you do. Just look at Florida and play some of those numbers. I'm not saying play all of them, right? You probably skip Barkov because you don't get enough value compared to the other ones and just hope it's not him. You're just looking to beat him like if it's a horse race. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats coming up next. We preview tonight's game. Does it end in the Eastern Conference? Will the NBA Finals be all set? We'll take a look at side, totals, props right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are going to win the championship, and anybody want to bet me any amount of money, come to my damn house because I can afford it. OKC is the best team in the NBA. I've been telling y'all that for 2 months. Hey, ESPN, I love you guys. Don't try to make Anthony Edwards the face of the NBA. The face of the NBA is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Joker, and Giannis. You can't give it to people. They have to take it. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is taking it.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Good stuff there from the Chuckster. Not a hot take that the Thunder are winning the championship. What Chuck said right then and there, it's exactly what every book is yelling, as you mentioned, Sam, to start the show. Thunder are winning the championship. I will take your money if you want to come to the other side. Please, somebody bet me. That's exactly what the sports books are screaming. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P. About the face of the NBA trying to make Ant Edwards. He's popular. I mean, you like him as well. If you take a step back and you're Minnesota, I also think that you should look at it and say, that's fine, dude. We got to the Final Four with this group. Not a lot of people were taking us to get to the Western Conference Finals. There's a lot of chatter about the Clippers and the Nuggets and the Lakers, especially once Luka went there, and some of these other teams. Oh, by the way, the Rockets were the 2 seed. But for them to be in the Final Four, yeah, they didn't push OKC. I don't know that anybody's pushing OKC this year. But I don't, in this era where it's championship or bust, I think it's unfair to look at Minnesota and just to dig on Edwards and to just say, not good enough. You lost in the Final Four. That means you're just another loser like everybody else. I think they're going to look back at this season and say overall it was a success.
People are addicted to labels and addicted to status and all that. Let me be very clear here. Anthony Edwards at 23 is better than SGA was at 23. If you want to have that comparison, let's call it. At 23 and 23, who was better? Edwards. Now, SGA has grown as a player because he's 26 now, and he's added things to his game. He's perfected the mid-range. He's understood control and not turning the ball over. He's just always in control. And Edwards is not. Edwards has the turnover issue. Edwards also, when he's down, turns into this AAU, I got to do everything. I got to get an 8-point deficit down in one trip type player. And he needs to improve there. But if we were going to have a draft, you, me, Paul, and Jake, and it was basically pick a player under the age of 28 and build around, I promise you Ant would go in the top 4. He would. I mean, how do you not have him in that conversation? Who cares if he's the face of the league? He's one of the building blocks of the next generation of the NBA. And not a lot of guys get a couple games away from the finals at 23. Go back and look through the annals. Does not happen. I don't come away from this season unimpressed with Ant. I am very impressed with what they did. And now he needs to take that next step. That's what the great ones do.
They all do. They go back to the well. Like, all right, what do I need to add to my game? You're right. The great ones do that every single offseason. Not only does the team need to improve around him, but he's got to work on his game. And, yep, the great ones continue to work and improve, no doubt about that. One more thing on T-Wolves Thunder as far as where the room was at last night, the 5 most popular player props, we had, 2 losers and 3 winners. We were talking about it off air. So number 1 and number 3 most popular ended up being the losers. Hartenstein under 6.5 points at -125. He scored 8. And Alexander Walker over 9.5 points. He did not score.
Cousin!
Yes, I don't know if
Didn't
you've
hear
heard.
a lot about Cousin last night because Cousin was atrocious.
Yeah, it was 0. Big fat goose egg. Maybe we're going to get one of those. I have one on my radar that I'm thinking about tonight with the Knicks and the Pacers. And let's go to that game. Game 5, Knicks 4.5, total 222 in the hook. Sam, the exact same point spread that we had in game number 1 to start this series.
What were the experts saying the other day? That the Knicks aren't going to lose at home? Boomer and Gio, right? Weren't they the ones?
I mean, everybody in New York, every New York person we've had on, the Knicks, you guys are wrong. Let me lay it out for you. Let me tell you why the Knicks are gonna win this series. And then you follow up and say, do you know any Knicks fans out there that have picked them to not win this series? Like, nah, no. And even if they go down 3-1, they're still going to come back. That's what we keep hearing.
Indiana this postseason has been an underdog 9 times. 7-2 ATS, 7-2 straight up. It's not the biggest sample size in the world. I'm not even going there. But do you want to bet against that team? And let's go back to the Knicks must win. All the pressure that's built in. If that team comes out and has a tough first quarter or first half, the building is going to turn on them because that's what Knick fans do. I mean, we have Knick fans on this network that have turned on the team. It's inevitable because they're all meatballs. And do not let the Pacers go up 22-8 because you are going to hear boos like you haven't heard since A-Rod was a Yankee. It is going to be brutal in that building. So let's also think about that. I mean, obviously, people are going to say, oh, the Knicks need to win. The Knicks have to extend their season. No kidding. The books know that. But guess what this morning? Pinnacle moved to 4. South Point moved to 4. This opened 5. Most books are 4.5, including BetMGM. So the initial apple bite comes in on the dog. That's made you money all playoffs as a dog.
Yep.
And now you wake up day of the game, and some books are moving to 4. You would think there would be a push on the Knicks morning of the game, a must-win game, but it's quite literally still moving the other way. It's a bad sign for the Knicks. I'm not laying the points. Fox wanted a pick. I took +5 when I filed the story 2 days ago, or yesterday, I guess, yesterday morning. It's dog or pass for me, and I probably wind up on the dog.
Grab an SGP boost for the NBA playoffs. Use this SGP boost token on any postseason matchup and score a bigger payout if your SGP wins over at BetMGM. Yeah, that's the only play, man. It's the only play. They were dogs in every game in the Cleveland series. And you're right about those numbers. Winning straight up 7 of their last 8 times they've been underdogs, and here we are with the same number. That's the only play. I will be playing the Pacers +4.5. And people think there's going to be a desperate spot and all that. You're right about the building. That's going to be interesting. I'm sure first quarter, first half plays are going to be popular. First quarter, they made Knicks -1.5. First half, they made it Knicks -2.5 in this game. As far as what we saw the other day, we can't really expect any sort of a repeat of what you got out of Halliburton. I mean, he's phenomenal, but to think, hey, triple-double, 32 points, 0 turnovers, yeah, that's probably not going to happen again. Some of the others that did step up, what are they going to do on the road? You know, as far as player props and attacking them, that's what's on my mind. Brunson and Cat, they should be fine. And everything is Cat's healthy, right? Because there was that injury late in the game. He goes down, but he was able to limp out and return to the court. It sounds like he's fine. I mean, I haven't seen anything else. Have you?
No, I expect him to be fully available. The Brunson number is so high right now, 30.5 on points.
Whew.
And remember, the last game, it was 29.5, and he was sitting 29 final seconds. He hit a layup with 16 on the clock, 16 seconds, to land 31 and get over. So he's been over in 3 of the 4. That will be popular tonight. They're going to bet him over 30.5. And right now, MGM is making you lay $1.25 to go over. You might see this get to 31.5, which
Yeah.
I'm closing my eyes and trying to remember because you can't really look this stuff up. But LeBron in his absolute prime didn't have point props routinely in the low 30s. Because LeBron did everything, right? LeBron was a triple-double threat. LeBron would facilitate and distribute and set teammates up and work the rebounds. This is a big number, man. 30.5 is a huge number for a playoff game where you know he's going to have the ball and look to shoot, look to score. I would never play over 30.5 in this one. I just wouldn't. It doesn't even cross my radar to play Brunson over on points.
And he's having a massive series. It's his
course.
best series of the playoffs. 33 points per game in the series. I'm like you, also not interested in that one at all. He also had a 23-point game back on Sunday. So not looking that route. I assuming Cat's healthy, I think he's going to be great too. He's been great throughout the series with points and rebounds. I'm not interested in that. I'm looking at some of the Pacers that went off in the last game. Is there something that we can fade? Even though I like Pacers in the game, I don't know if we get back to 5, but at 4.5, I'm fine with that. Siakam put up 30 last game. The volume for him on shots has been inconsistent in the series. That's his second 30-point game of the series. His prop is at 20.5. Here's the thing. He scored 17 twice because it's been so inconsistent. Field goal attempts, 16, 23, 14, 21. So it's been down, up, down, up. The one that I find more interesting is Mathurin. He's coming off a hot game, 20 points off the bench. He's averaging about 13 minutes per game. So 20? That's no, you can't expect that. And the market knows that. So they put the number at 6.5. He's got a 0-point game and he's got a 2-point game also in this series. And if we're truly talking about 12, 13 minutes, because he got those 20 points in 12 minutes, that's going to be tough to repeat. I would bet against that, even though I do like the Pacers in this game. I would take a look at Mathurin under 6.5 points.
I was looking at a supporting cast member on the other side. I landed on Josh Hart. I love vets in spots like this. And there's a good chance Tibbs puts Hart back in the starting lineup because you need to play this guy. He's been around the block. He's bounced around multiple teams. He's a winning player. I really like his game. But it's an attainable number, too. Brunson, 30.5. How about Josh Hart over under 9.5? And the over is plus money. Plus 102, plus 105. That is a bet that I'm probably going to wind up on. I want to make 2 bets in this game. Pacers, plus 4.5, and Josh Hart over 9.5. You're going to need those loose ball rebounds and those offensive putbacks and the alley-oops and the cuts. I think Hart's going to have a bigger game. And he hasn't really had a great series from an output standpoint. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm pulling them up right now, but I know he hasn't had – okay. I mean, how many times has he gone over 9.5? Once?
Yep, last game.
Okay, that's fine. So I am buying low on a guy that has scored 8, 6, 8, 12. But in the last round against Boston, 24, 23, 14, 10, he was a lot more involved. And I think that is the change that Tibbs makes tonight. Probably too little, too late, but I expect Hart to get at least 10.
The idea of Hart having a pretty good game is, I like that. I think that's a pretty strong angle. Yes, he scored 12. He went over 9.5 in his last game. He did not have a good game. Sam, you'll see he fouled out. Remember that late in the game? And 5 turnovers. He was awful. Highest scoring game of the series for him, but he did not have a good game at all. The rebounds are interesting to me. 8.5 is the number. He's averaging 10 rebounds per game. He's gotten to double digits 3 of the 4 games. So rebounds or points and rebounds, I find appealing. Josh Hart, if you're looking for a guy to step up and have a big game, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's a pretty strong look there with Hart over on the Knicks side. I like that. Anything else, anybody else, as far as this game goes?
I will only like Hart up until the room decides they like Hart as well. And then I will abort mission very quickly. I just await the room. I haven't seen the email yet. I don't see it in the rundown. I probably not to do room at 10:40 Eastern, where we review the number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5 props at BetMGM. I can't wait because the room has actually won 2 straight nights. Not a lot, but the room has a little bit of money, bit of money after Tuesday and Wednesday. So you know how that goes. You know.
Yeah, definitely a lot of not a lot with the juice that they're laying, right? So on the losses, the couple losses, they are laying some juice there. So you have to keep that in mind. Points and rebounds for Josh Hart, by the way, that is sitting at 18.5. All right, coming up next, how about some Major League Baseball? An MLB Memorial Day reset. Anything stand out as far as team or player futures? We'll dissect next. Joe O. Sam P., you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, did he get it? PCA down the line, and it's gone. Number 15 raised the roof, and it's 2-0.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Oh, I wish we had about 5 more seconds. I know Jake didn't cut that up. Wish we had about 5 more seconds of that highlight. PCA goes yard last night. Cubs win over the Rockies. They sweep the Rocks. They only win by 1. This is what we always talk about. Don't do the run line. Yes, they sweep them. A lot of 1-run games in that series between the Cubs and the Rockies. That was if you didn't see it, even Sam might give him a little bit of credit. He took that thing off the ground, basically. It was the second lowest pitched home run of the season. It was just over a foot, and he throws it into the right field bleachers. But I wish we had 5 more seconds of that highlight, because right after what you just heard there, coming back from break, John Shambi goes, PC MVP. No?
Go ahead. Lay out your case for PCA MVP.
I don't have a case. We could talk about it. Look, should he have a short number at this point? Yes, he should have a short number. Am I betting it? No, I'm not betting it. But he's ahead of Ohtani in F-WAR. The only player in Major League Baseball that has a higher B-WAR is Aaron Judge, and he's lapped everyone with the season that he's putting together, who, by the way, is minus 8,000 for AL MVP. The number should be short. I'm not betting it. And you tell me, is it just us being stupid, stubborn guys that just are looking for value and can't do it? Because when I see late April, he was 200-1. I can't come back a month later and say, let's bet him as the 3rd or 4th favorite.
I'm not betting it ever. Did you see that we got some traction on the PCA video on Instagram? I love when people get enraged by a fair conversation. I mean, he's quite literally one of the top candidates price-wise. This is not a hot take. We're not saying he's the MVP. So we had this guy, Cal2123 on Instagram, chimed in on our conversation. He's an MVP candidate just like lots of guys. Is he the next Trout? Time will tell. Shut up, enjoy, and let the kid play baseball. Jesus. Direct quote from Cal2123, who probably has a fish in his profile picture. Oh, no, he's in a car. He's in a car with the seatbelt on. Perfect.
Hey, don't bring up social media and fish with me, all right? I'm going to get myself into
You're right.
trouble.
You're right. My bad. I also saw PCA has the first and second home runs off lowest pitches, right? Doesn't he have 1 and 2 now?
I think he had 2 of the lowest, something like that. It was ridiculous. If it's outside the strike zone, he will come a hacking. So it's an interesting way of saying that I don't think he's going to be able to hit this way all year. And that's the reason I'm not betting it. You've got the value, and the way he swings at pitches outside the strike zone, is he going to be able to live off that all season long? It's happened for a couple months, but is he going to be there with Ohtani, Tatis, Corbin Carroll, his teammate Kyle Tucker, numbers-wise at the end? I don't think so. But what Cubs fans have gotten from him is a lot more than I think anybody would have expected. I heard about this guy for years and years, and I didn't think he was going to be as good as he's played so far. I see a book that has him at 7-1, Sam.
No.
It's
never.
crazy. It's crazy. Mostly it's 12s out there. BetMGM has him at 10. I would not bet that number, but I understand why people are talking about it. Here's the thing. Ohtani's minus 200 right now. Him throwing BP and touching 97, I don't know how fast they're going to rush this, but he can probably pitch whenever they decide he's ready. They decided a month from now, if Ohtani's pitching, nobody else is winning this award. I mean, he just had like 3 straight days where he's hitting home runs. So the Ohtani price is heading north, and I should. And that's the thing with a PCA bet or bet on any of these other guys. You've got to beat Ohtani, and I don't think he's beatable this year.
I just don't want to bet it because I could have got a triple-digit number. It's all when can you bet it? When should you have bet it? And I'm not there. I want to talk about a bunch of things here, but one more comment on PCA. He has been feasting on garbage pitching for 3 weeks. Marlins, White Sox, Marlins, Reds, Rockies, and now the Reds again. And you don't get Hunter Green because Hunter Green pitched yesterday and took the L against the Royals. Good call by Jake, giving us the Royals yesterday. I would like to see him do this in the months that matter more. I don't want to take away anything from what he's done. He's having a great season. He looks to be a great young player. I just want to let that simmer, though, and pump the brakes on the MVP stuff. I wanted to talk about the Texas Rangers. Your guy, Bob Nightingale, had a tweet the other day.
Please don't. Your guy. Bob.
He asked.
He been right on anything? Yeah.
No. How bad is the Texas Rangers offense? ? They got a leadoff single in the first inning and promptly went 0 for 27 the rest of the game, lost 2-0 to Toronto. The Rangers have been shut out 7 times this year and scored 2 or less in 27 games. This is a team that I have bet before the season many ways to win the division and win the pennant. Do not feel great. I wonder, though, let me ask you, can this get corrected? Can this offense get fixed, or are all these guys going to continue to slump together?
We've been talking about this for a long time with the offense. I've been waiting for them to get out of it, and it's just not happening. I have my concerns. There are 2 teams in the American League that have what we thought was a strong young core that are going through a lot of issues this year. Baltimore's the big one that everybody runs to, but Texas is another team that is certainly fair to bring up. And these position players, it was going to be an offense for days. We're not seeing it. If we take a step back, take a deep breath, we understand that this is also normal. That when young guys come onto the scene and people assume that, okay, this is never going to stop. This is going to keep on going. All right. Train's rolling and World Series is the next stop. That's not how baseball works. They get a lot of information on you and you have to make adjustments back to the league. And that's part of what's going on right here. Now Baltimore, they don't have pitching, and so it's a little bit of a different scenario, and they do have pitching down in Texas, but this has been going on for a while. I'm holding out hope, Sam, but I'm not sure that it's going to happen this year. Now, in that division, could they make some sort of a run? Yeah. I was looking at the divisions like for team future angles, and I don't see one that I really like. Like, I don't think anybody's catching the Yankees in the East. Same thing with the Tigers in the Central. Maybe you could make a case for Cincinnati. They've been unlucky, but they're 7.5 games back of the Cubs already. Is anybody going to beat out the Dodgers in the NL West? I'd say probably not. The AL West, I think, is really interesting. You've got the Mariners with a half-game lead, the Astros right there, and then Texas 4.5 games back. That is the one that I view more wide open than any division in baseball. So could Texas be part of that conversation? Of course they have that ability. We just haven't seen it yet.
Texas and Atlanta feel extremely similar this year. All the talent's there. Maybe the health hasn't been full strength, but they have underachieved. You have Texas in the AL, Atlanta in the NL. I was betting Braves World Series all Memorial Day weekend. I haven't added any more Rangers. I didn't have Braves to begin with. I bought low on Braves. I went pre-flop Rangers and don't want to add any more. I don't know why I'm picking and choosing. I guess it's my life. I can do what I want for the most part. The only thing that is carrying Texas right now, the pitching has been superb. 3rd best ERA in the show. Mets 2.87 ERA, Royals 3.15, Rangers 3.19. The problem is, as guys who have been around baseball a long time, it's very difficult for teams to be extremely solid offense and pitching at the same time. Those things kind of go in waves. When the offense is clicking, the pitching takes a step back. When the pitching is on, the offense takes a step back. It's very difficult to be an elite offense and pitching staff all season. The only hope for anybody with Ranger stock is they can start hitting the ball. Because if they pick it up, they can be dangerous. If they pick it up.
On awards, early on, it looks like the MVP is not all that fun to me because we're expecting now Ohtani to pitch. He's a favorite, and that number is just going to increase of minus 200. The Judge one, minus 8,000.
Yikes.
If you want to have a conversation that it's late May and, hey, we can get a crazy number because it's 8,000 and we're just betting on a Judge injury, okay, you could have that conversation. It would have to be an extended injury, though. That's how good he is. That's how much better he is than everybody else in the league. I think the Cy Young races are going to be fun, Sam. And the one that's probably most exciting to me, I would say, is on the American League side. Skubal is the favorite to go back-to-back. He's minus 125 right now. He should be the favorite based on what he's done. Eovaldi is in that conversation, but they're concerned about an injury right now. Some books drop that number to 20-1. I mean, numbers-wise, he's right there with the top of the pack. I'm interested in Crochet and Hunter Brown. Their numbers are nearly identical. Strikeout rates, ERA. The workload is heavier for Crochet so far, but that might be very close in the end. It's Crochet plus 750, Hunter Brown plus 900. I think either of them can catch Skubal and Eovaldi. This is going to be a fun race.
It should be. It will not be fun if I have to keep reading that Jack Caglione had 3 more hits last night in AAA, and 8 of his 12 hits have been 100 miles an hour exit velocity. I am so sick of it. So sick.
One more week? I think one more week.
Monday. Call him up Monday.
Whew. One book has a 40. The number's dropping at other places. So people are betting it. They're waiting for that moment to happen. Joe O, Sammy P, let's get back to the NBA. Our buddy Nick Friedel drops by for his weekly Thursday segment right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
short. Here we go. Goes on top. It's Toppin for three. Good! That'll do it.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Thursday, and every single Thursday on this show, lucky enough to have in Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider, joining us. And by the way, this hour we are live on X, so go to the BetSweats account. You can watch us there. We're also on YouTube and Twitch as well, but we are live on X, Bet_Sweats, Bet_Sweats. And Nick, it's a celebration of Oklahoma City. We're in the betting world, so of course we look at the title odds. And it's staggering this morning when you look up and you see we don't even know who the Thunder are playing, but they are minus 750 favorites to win the championship. How you feeling?
That would be exactly where I would put my money, Mr. Ostrowski, because I just think the Thunder are that much better than either of these next two teams. And if everybody stays healthy, and we know that's crucial because, like many, I thought it was going to be Boston and OKC. The Celtics' future has been flipped in an instant in one Tatum injury, but the Thunder are awesome. They should be awesome for a while. And when I watched them last night and I see the way they continue to play after getting through that Denver series, I just don't believe either one of these teams, no matter what happens in this Knicks-Pacers series, is going to give them much of a challenge in the next stage.
You've said this for weeks. This is nothing new for anybody that watches our program. The problem is I don't think we should advise people to lay minus 750. They could have laid, $1.50 a month ago or 2 months ago, whatever. But this will be a common topic on a lot of the networks, as you know. How many games? And I think the easy answer will be 5. 5 will probably be the favorite in terms of OKC in 5. I'm going to guess it goes OKC in 5, in 4, in 6. That'd be my power ranking in terms of how the odds shake out. Would you ever consider betting a sweep?
I would consider it, but Sammy, I don't think that they are that powerful yet as a group where they're going to completely annihilate either one of these teams. And the case in point to that is I thought they were miles ahead of Minnesota. And in game 3, they get back to Minneapolis and that game is completely over. Which, guys, it cracks me up because can we remember a series that was ever that bad as far as entertainment goes? I mean, there was one game that was pretty good a couple nights ago, and I feel like all the rest of those games it was over, especially in the second half of games 1 and 2 at the end. So I would lean, Sammy, towards OKC in 5. I'd probably sprinkle a little bit on OKC in 6 before I would sprinkle on OKC in 4.
Nick, we love to make leaps, right? Hot takes. Oh, whatever's newest, whatever just won, they're going to win so many championships. They're going to take the league by storm over the next decade. They're the next dynasty. If the Thunder go out and do what we all expect, those conversations are going to happen. But we also know that they are set up for a long, long time, not only with the core that they've built, but the future assets that they have. Would you bet on them being a dynasty? And that's a lot. It's a lot. It's a competitive West. Or would you say, guys, let's pump the brakes, take a breather. They won a championship. That's awesome. SGA is a superstar, but we can't even start having that conversation for a while.
Joe, the reason I would not bet on it right now is because I don't know if OKC is going to spend at the level they're going to need to keep everybody in place. Because that is now the next stage of, can they be a dynasty? Everything is lined up for them to be a dynasty. They have SGA. They have all these unbelievable young players. They have all these picks that are coming their way that either they can make or they can trade for another star down the line. all that is well and good. Is the ownership in OKC going to spend all the money that it's going to take to keep the core together? I'll give you two quick examples. One, with Boston, they did. Somebody got hurt, and then boom, it's all over with. And now we're going to sit here all summer and say, well, what are the Celtics going to do? Is their window closed? That's the way that sports goes. But the team that's near and dear to my heart, guys, as you well know, is the Cubs in baseball. They won finally in 2016, and they had all these young players and all these pieces, and it looked like they were set up for years and years to come. And it didn't happen. And that's sports. You just don't know how it's all going to play out. But if we were betting on, can the Thunder win 3 titles and can they make it all happen in these next few years, everything on paper is lined up for that to happen. I just don't know if I believe it yet, because they have got to show in the next phase of this that they have the ability to spend over and over and over again. And in that kind of market, with that kind of ownership, I'm not sure if they are prepared to do so for years and years moving forward.
That's always a very fun debate in a Chicago bar. Ask your buddy, or ask a stranger rather, who dropped the ball more, the 85 Bears or the 16 Cubs? Oh, fights have started over that argument, right? Because they both won the first, and they were going to be around forever, and neither one ever really got back. Try that at your next Chicago party. Oh, man, sparks fly. I guess we should talk about the East game, right? The team that will be sacrificed to the Thunder, if you will. Knicks open 5, and the market is now 4. So why support, at least early, with what, 10 hours to go, is on the dog that's 7-2 as a dog in the postseason. Knicks a 4-point favorite.
Sammy, if it's me looking into tonight, I'm saying I know that the Knicks are getting written off in some places, and it appears like the Pacers are just a better team. Count me in the group, and it sounds like the money is certainly headed Indy's way, that still believes the Knicks at MSG in this spot are going to show up and try to roll as hard as they possibly can. Now, whether or not that actually happens, that's a different story. But I believe that the Knicks still have that one more push within them, and that crowd is going to be giving them the extra emotional boost that they need. How much of a group of absolute dominators, though, is this Indiana team? Because Halliburton has made the big shots. That team has answered the call way more often than not in the postseason. They look like a team that wants to just end this thing and get a week or whatever, however the days stack up would be before game 1 would start in the finals. But I still think the Knicks can have that one big game in this one big spot. And I would probably go with the 4 and say, yeah, I believe that Brunson can run by him one time in this series at MSG.
With Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider here on BetSweats. Insider calls brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first and everything else second. So the Thunder get to rest. We get game 1 of the NBA Finals next Thursday. Is there a preference? Do they care what happens in the East? Obviously, once you have the opponent, okay, let's go to film study and all that. Maybe some Thunder fans are saying, well, you'd like the Knicks to win, extend that series a little bit. Maybe their legs are a little bit tired. Does it matter to OKC which team is representing the East?
No. And here's why. When you play defense at the level that they do, guys, and you have the depth that that group has, and then, oh, by the way, you have the MVP playing like he did over the course of the last couple of weeks, and certainly at various times throughout the postseason, you don't really care. From a basketball standpoint, I think the best matchup would be the Pacers, because they play a style that we all know. They run up and down the floor. And the Thunder like to play defense. They like to slow it down a little bit, and they have that depth that can hit you in all kinds of different places. From a league business standpoint, the best matchup absolutely is the Knicks because of the market that they are in and the fan base that they have. But as far as the Thunder are concerned, Joe, I don't think either one of these teams really scare them because they have always believed if they do what they're supposed to do, they're better than anybody else. That is certainly what I believe watching them. That is what I thought throughout much of the rest of the regular season. And in my mind, the only team that was on OKC's level was a healthy Boston team. They're not healthy anymore. We know what happened. They're gone. So OKC is just a level above everybody else. I'm sure the pace that the Pacers play with is something they're thinking about. But to say they're worried or they would have a preference, I don't think that at all. I just think they're that much better than anybody else in their path.
The league just wants Timothy Chalamet to be happy, Nick. That's what it is. Because, that guy needs another break in life. He needs another break. Chalamet. So I don't have any more finals questions. Joe, if you have one, rip it, because I have a Bulls question that I told the listeners about 2 weeks ago. So if you have anything on finals,
go Bulls.
No?
Go Bulls, because I was going to go Cubs next anyway, so go ahead.
Okay, no, I teased weeks ago, and I never paid it off. It's my fault. I need a story from the Hoiberg, Jimmy Butler, D. Wade, Rajon Rondo Bulls year. I know you've got a couple. I mean, what's your favorite memory from that train wreck?
The one that immediately pops to mind, Sammy, is actually at Temple University in Philly. And this is months after Wade and Jimmy absolutely ripped the young players after some game they blew. And then the young players in some meeting the next day are tearing into Wade because he doesn't practice every day and he's not going full speed. And they're all saying, hey, man, we really wanted to play with you. And you're telling us to play hard. You really don't do much anything day to day before the games. That was all interesting and memorable in its own way. But what I remember being at Temple, this is late in the year, we walk into this practice and you see all these guys on one side of the floor, not just the younger guys. It's like pretty much everybody. And Rondo, almost as a coach, is kind of going through, all right, here's what we do. Here's this, here's that. And you look on the other side of the Temple practice floor and there are Wade and Jimmy. And I was like, I have never seen this type of division so clearly at any other point as I've been covering the league. And people were like, wait a minute, you're telling me that every single other person was on this side and those two were just hanging out, taking shots on the other? I said, yeah. And I think the few of us that were traveling day to day at that point all looked at each other like, what the hell happened here? And it wasn't one day or one thing. It was just over and over and over again. That team just got totally torn apart. And it was a reminder that if you hire a coach in Fred, who is a very nice guy, but if the players don't respect him, and absolutely the best player doesn't respect him, you're going to have real problems. So, Sammy, there are a lot of different stories from that year, but as I look back, I always think of that moment in time in Philly because it exemplifies just how frayed everything had become after days and months of that group not always getting along behind the scenes.
Careful who you hand the organization over to. Last thing on the Cubs, you got the City Connect hat on. My son has that exact same hat. PCA. Sammy's got the fan club going, loves PCA. Do you love them or do you like them?
I love PCA, but Joe, what's crazy is I actually was at the PCA debut in Denver when he made his first appearance in the big leagues, and I thought, oh my gosh, this guy's absolutely going to win a Gold Glove, but is the offense ever going to catch up in time? It has in a major way. I wish as a fan they had gotten that deal done whenever it started to leak out that they were talking. Maybe they still do. I'd say this as far as PCA goes, he is the type of guy who makes people want to come to the park and watch him. And guys, I was lucky enough to go to Tokyo for those first couple games against the Dodgers a couple months ago. And one of the vivid memories I have is all these Japanese fans that were there to see Ohtani. All they did anytime PCA came up to bat was scream and chant, PCA, PCA. There's a reason people are drawn to. It was like the blue-haired star that he dyed into his head. They like watching him. He's exciting. We know how fast he is. We know how great he is defensively. If the offense stays there, Joe, this dude is going to be a monster in the league for a long time.
Everybody likes him but Sam. Sam hates him. I think you can guess why.
He's always going the other way. That's our guy, Sammy P.
Got to do it.
Yep. Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Hyundai. Put your safety first, everything else second. Learn more. HyundaiUSA.com. Appreciate Nick Friedel. We'll talk about the AFC South in our NFL division previews right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Stroud on the run. It's caught. Touchdown, Dalton Schultz. The improvisation of C.J. Stroud.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
We continue live on X, bet_sweats. Sammy at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Welcome in. We are here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM network. Hear us on Odyssey stations throughout the country. Check us out in the Odyssey app every day on YouTube and Twitch as well. And a few times a week, we pop up on Twitter for about an hour. And on a daily basis now, we've been going over some of the NFL divisions, just reminding you early on as we get set for getting closer and closer to summer. There's OTAs going on right now, so we are starting to take a look at some of these divisions. And when it comes to the AFC South, I don't know that it's the most fun, but I think things are looking up when you have that highlight there, C.J. Stroud, the future of the Texans. We just saw year number 2, maybe disappointing to some, but hey, they still get double digits in wins, and they still end up winning the division. Jaguars, a lot of change there in the offseason with new head coach Liam Cohen, and we'll see what happens with Cam Ward down in Tennessee. And you also have the Colts just kind of hanging around. Yeah, it's not the best division. It's doesn't have the most exciting storyline, Sam. Houston, a plus 110 favorite to win the division over at BetMGM. But I think a lot of this is about the rest of the division. Which team is going to step up and compete? Because they decided, let's just make Jacksonville and Indianapolis both 3-1 because we're not sure which team is better. Let's slap the same win total on both of them.
No doubt. It is Houston's to lose. It has always felt that way. And I feel way better about the Texans this year than I did last year because I love shorting these rookie quarterbacks in their sophomore seasons. And if you watched C.J. Stroud last year, he was good. He was great as a rookie. I thought he was good last year. The league adjusted to him. Ken Griffey used to talk about this in baseball. I know you don't want to cross sports, but Griffey used to say this when you would ever talk to Griffey. He would say, you come in and they don't know you. Then they overknow you. They know everything about you. And you have to adjust to their adjustments. And I thought Griffey, if you ever want to talk about Ken Griffey and adjustments and all that, go look at old stories, old quotes, old interviews. I mean, he was so good on this.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of what I'm getting at. I think Stroud is good enough to overcome the adjustments the league made to him last year. I think he's a superstar in this league. So not only am I looking Texans only in the division, I'm having an internal conversation with myself. When you look at Jaden Daniels, he's 8-1 to win the MVP. 8-1. MGM has 850. MGM has CJ Stroud at 25-1. I think they should have the same price. I think it's ridiculous that the hype is that big for Daniels and that low for Stroud. This could be a monster year for the quarterback from Ohio State.
So if we go back to 1 year ago, Jaden Daniels is what CJ Stroud was a year ago. Agree? Hype and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like they're in the exact same spot. So now with Stroud, you have 2 years of experience. And something that we can't forget is the injuries to the receivers for Stroud. Still got to 10 wins. They have a terrific defense. Still got to 10 wins, even though all his dudes went down. You had, of course, Tank Dell go down. Nico Collins, that's the best receiver on the team, go down and injured. They all got hurt at some
Diggs
point.
got hurt.
Yeah, Diggs went down too. And Diggs was the third option, if we're being honest, last year. So I think what Stroud did was remarkable, given all of the weapons go down. Now they lose Diggs. Diggs is going to another team, but you're expecting receiver 1, receiver 2 to be healthy. They did trade Tunsil to Washington, which is also funny that you make that comparison. And I think it's spot on, but then they trade the left tackle away from Houston over to Washington, and I think that's going to be a pretty good addition for them. I'm just realizing, okay, we've gone over 3 divisions so far. Today, the third. We're like, Well, Bills. Pair the Bills with something. The Ravens. I don't think anybody's beaten the Ravens. Like, that's obvious for the division. And now we're here at AFC South, and we're saying the same thing about the Texans.
I could make a case for Cincinnati, and I think we alluded to that. I mean, offensively, they're going to be one of the best in the league. They just need
I'm not betting them,
any
but
semblance, any semblance of a defense. I think a Bills-Texans division parlay is a winner. And yes, they got rid of Laramie Tunsil at left tackle, but they also brought in Cam Robinson to play left tackle. So they could, in a weird way, be better. You got Nico Collins, John Mechie, and then you went out and got Christian Kirk from Jacksonville. That's a pretty good receiver room. And oh, by the way, Tank Dell is on the injured list right now. So you eventually add him back into the mix, right? Tank Dell, Nico Collins, John Mechie, Christian Kirk, with Joe Mixon in the backfield and a pretty decent offensive line. That's a team that should thrive and should score a ton of points. If you're looking for that next team, though, because you can bet, Andy and I were talking about this yesterday, Andy Molitor, you can do the exactas in the these divisions. So you could do a Texans Colts, and it's plus 220, essentially, 230. I like Texans Jags a little bit more. It's the same price. I mean, you're not getting a bigger number or anything. I think Jacksonville, from a coaching standpoint, is finally going to put Trevor Lawrence in the right spot. They've had a lot of guys that haven't understood him, haven't given him the time to thrive, and haven't put him in positions to succeed. That is literally why Liam Cohen is there. I don't want to get crazy. I don't want to say Liam Cohen's the next rising star, but look around the league and look at all the guys that have tentacles off McVay. They usually go in and fix the problem. And the problem has been Trevor Lawrence has not lived up to the number one pick. If they have it right, they're going to take these two Ram guys, the GM, who, by the way, came from the Rams, that guy that's getting all the play and all his quotes and all the sound bites. He was under Les Snead in Los Angeles. So now he's running the show in Jacksonville, and he went and got Liam Cohen, who used to coach under McVay. They are trying to recreate the same thing in Jacksonville. And there's a little bit more excitement for me in the Jags over the Colts.
Yeah, I know the division price is the same at plus 300 for Jacksonville and Indianapolis. But, okay, take a look at some of these other markets. To your point, Jacksonville had 4 wins last year, Indianapolis 8. Okay? So you would think, oh, well, maybe they're going to shade the Colts. Nope, not happening. Both have win totals of 7.5. The one that's juiced to the over is Jacksonville. It's slightly juiced, but I think it's worth bringing up. And odds to make the playoffs, Jacksonville plus 172, Indianapolis plus 200. So they do like Jacksonville a little bit more, and I understand. With the Colts, I don't trust Steichen. Like, it looked like he was going to be a young up-and-coming coach, and I don't trust him. I don't trust that quarterback room. We're going to do it again with Anthony Richardson. Okay, now it's going to work? I don't think so. Tyler Warren's nice, but it's probably not going to be enough. And then Daniel Jones, is he going to start at some point this year? Based on how Richardson's played, like, you're going to bench him at some point, or he's going to get injured. So you might be leaning on Daniel Jones a little bit. I trust Liam Cohen in year one more than what I've seen from Steichen so far. I trust the quarterback in Jacksonville more. And now we add Travis Hunter to the mix and how he's going to be used with that team. Totally agree. There's a lot more excitement, a lot more reasons to believe in Jacksonville more than Indianapolis. I'm not doing anything there. Is this a one bid division?
No, it could be
usually
two.
Is. Okay.
It could be two. I mean, you have 7 teams now. It's not that difficult, or at least it's not as difficult as it used to be. I also, when you said that about Jacksonville, 4-13, I didn't remember their record. Now I have their schedule from last year. They had a coach who was probably going to get fired no matter what. And I mean, look, man, they quit on him. It was also a tough start to the season. They lost by 3 points at Miami. They lost to Cleveland by 5. So they're 0-2. Games they probably could have won one or the other or both. Then they go to Buffalo week 3 and get absolutely destroyed, 47-10. So now they're 0-3. And as you know, covering a lot of teams or talking about a lot of teams around Chicago, you got to get that first win to get any confidence in that room. Then they go to Houston, and they're winning the entire game. The entire game. And Houston comes out and wins in the fourth quarter 24-20. So they start 0-4, and then it all falls apart. Is it fair to say that that's on, the whole roster? I don't know. I just think fundamentally the team was flawed, and the coach had to go. And then all of a sudden they're 2-10, and they're 4-12, and they finish 4-13. I don't put a lot of stock into last season. I think that was a team that was from the start. As for Hunter, any interest in betting either offensive rookie of the year or defensive rookie of the year?
Okay, let's clear this up. Is he going to win one?
I don't think so. I don't think he plays enough reps.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get reps. He's going to play 70 snaps a game. But if it's 35-35, or let's say it's 45-25, 45 offense, 25 defense, is that enough to pad the stats? Because he padded the stats in Colorado against a lot of bad teams. And trust me, nobody wanted Hunter to win the Heisman more than me. But he padded stats against a lot of really bad teams. Can he do that in the NFL against better players with less snaps? That's my concern.
I don't think he can win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I could be dead wrong. We could have a number of injuries, but I don't think he can because these guys are going to be out there every down as long as they're healthy. Ashton Genty, the favorite. We talked about right away, the morning after the first round of the draft, we started talking about the running backs that we like, and you honed in on Hampton immediately. I like that play, and I made my case for Judkins. Hampton, you could still find at 14-1, and Judkins as high as 20-1 over at BetMGM. It's not a good quarterback class, so we don't expect it to be a quarterback, or this is a year you can go away from that position. But if Hunter isn't getting all the reps that these other guys are getting, like Travion Henderson with New England, what if he ends up having a big role with them? 22-1. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough on Hunter. And if we go on the defensive side, you're chasing Abdul Carter. Can you get enough? They don't worry as much about stats for Defensive Rookie of the Year. So I actually think that Hunter has a better chance there, and they might just take they care about the defensive one less. And so they might just give one of the two to Hunter, and that would be the one. But if Carter is a force, if he's racking up sacks, tackles for losses, a ton of pressure, he's going to be tough to beat. So you're thinking neither, right?
I would lean more offense than defense because I think given Cohen's background and given the fact that they, went out of their way to take Travis Hunter, I'm inclined to think they use him more offensively than defensively, at least early on, because they think that they can get him the ball and he can make a man miss and go. I'm guessing that's the plan, but they're also going to use him on big downs on defense. So it'll be fascinating. If the league had a rookie of the year, he wins it. He's the odds-on favorite, maybe. He might be minus 115, right? Exactly. But they do split it offense and defense. So it's very difficult to handicap when we don't know the splits on snaps.
That's going to be really interesting. Okay, so Tennessee, they get the number 1 overall pick. You've got Cam Ward. He's expected to be your starter. They got 5 new starters on offense, 3 new starters on defense. A lot of change. The weapons for Ward, Ridley, Lockett, Van Jefferson, can't even fake excitement for any of it. I think he's going to be in for a rough season.
They're not going to score 20 points per game. It's going to be a long season. And Cam Ward, the thing about Cam Ward last year, go back and watch the tape. The guy rarely got touched. Miami kept him upright, and he got the ball out quickly. That'll be a challenge this year in Tennessee.
Yeah, the one thing that does stand out to me, though, this is a couple years now for Callahan. So the Callahans have had a couple of years to get the O-line that they want. They have, it looks like, 2 new starters. Left tackle and right guard are the 2 new starters. And recent high draft picks, they still have Latham, right tackle, your guy Skoronski, left guard. So they've turned over that offensive line. So I'm curious to see the improvement in the O-line with the Callahans. I'll say that.
It'll be a long season either way, I assure you.
Yep, I agree with you. Would you bet under 5.5? It is juiced to the over heavily.
I lean under, but the division is so wonky, I'm going to pass.
Yeah, not doing anything. Not a lot of to get excited about when it comes to the Tennessee Titans. Joe O, Sammy P, we're going to find out where's the room. We continue on X here, bet_sweats. Joe O, Sammy P, this is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out with us. We are live on X for another segment in this hour here, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time on the BetMGM network. BetMGMnetwork.com always takes you right to the Odyssey app. I always tell people that's the easiest way to listen to the show anytime, and everything is there on demand. If you miss a segment, everything's marked there. You can go there, or you can subscribe to the Bet Sweats podcast. So every day throughout the NBA playoffs, it's been a lot of fun. And this is one reason that you would hope that it doesn't end tonight, Sam, because that means we get less of Where's the Room, which has been a lot of fun throughout the NBA playoffs. We find out what the 5 most popular player props of the day are. And as you mentioned, they've been hitting the last couple days, but over the course of the NBA playoffs, they've been laying a lot of juice and they have a very bad record.
It is probably one of the best segments on this network, and people react with it. People fade them. I get DMs all the time. Oh, I can't believe Ben Matherin went over his point prop. I'm like, what? Oh, yeah, that was in the room. So yes. Most nights the room loses, and as everybody knows by now, if you've been paying any attention, most nights the room is laying $1.25, $1.40, $1.60. That's why we love the room.
So let's go inside the room, because we can't just start it off without this.
Rip it, girl. Where's the room?
Yeah, us starting the segment without that, because it gets you hyped, it gets you excited, gets you ready for the action tonight. We had to wait for that one. All right, we bring in our EP, Paul Aspen. He's got the 5 most popular player props for Knicks Pacers tonight. What you got, Paul?
We've got a minus 175, a minus 150, a minus 140, and a minus 135, and a minus 105. So pricey. Right. Maybe we should hope for it to end for the sake of the room.
Well, the room has money. Remember, the room has money from Tuesday and Wednesday. So now we lose our principles of laying 110, 115. Now we have money, Paul. So now we can lay $1.70 because we have money built up.
So we do this every day. We're price sensitive. That's how we were brought up that way. That's what we've learned years and years of covering this stuff. And I always hear people say, public doesn't care. They got their bet in their mind. They don't care what the price is. And I'm like, how is that possible? It's limiting how much you can win, and it only increases how much you're going to lose on a specific bet. But doing this every day, I'm more and more convinced that those people are right. People don't care what the price is. They have their bet in their mind, and they're going to bet it. It doesn't matter how much juice they have to lay. You guys agree with that?
100%.
And I was going to ask you guys, and it doesn't really matter, but let's say a $20 better, $100 better, they're probably just betting the $20 or the $100, even if it's minus 175, right? And you can choose how you want to do it, but they're probably not betting.
They're not doing two.
They're probably not betting. Yes.
Well, I think the reality is, and we don't know this, but that's my guess, this includes straights and parlays, because most kids 21 to 25 are not playing straight. They're putting in $5 and $10 parlays to win $90. So I'm guessing these are boxes that are checked mostly to build parlays. So you don't have to pay the minus 170. You're just kind of cheapening all your bets when you put everything together.
True. Very true.
Yeah, really good point. All right. Well, we're mostly dealing with unders as well. Mikal Bridges, number 5, most bet props at BetMGM for tonight's game between Knicks and Pacers. Number 5, Mikal Bridges, under 25.5 points, rebounds, and assists, minus 150.
PRA. Okay, Bridges minus 150. That's ridiculous. Okay, minus 25.5, under 25.5 PRA for Bridges. Interesting. There's usually a Bridges prop. I don't know if you guys have noticed in these Knicks games. I don't know why, but they've got opinions on Bridges.
They've been fading his rebound prop. Now they're fading the whole gamut.
Yep.
All right. Number 4, Obi Toppin, over 6.5 points at -135.
Oh, that could be the one right there. That could be it.
That's a loser? Could be. Possibly.
I mean, it jumps out when they go out of their way to lay a price on a guy that doesn't play a lot. I mean, he's not a starter. He's a role player.
Mm-hmm.
All he needs is 7. That's it.
Yep. They remember some of the putbacks that we've seen in the series from him. Like, oh, that's easy. He could do that again. Let's see, 5 points last game. He's got a couple times he got to 8. Okay, he's averaging 6.3, and the number 6.5. Top it at home. Yeah, let's do it. I don't know. I know about that one.
How do we feel about a Miles McBride game? Because they are betting under 1.5 3-pointers at -175.
Oh, it's probably a winner on the under. The only reason I want to fade it is because it's -175. I won't fade it. I want to, but won't.
They're not going to the star players yet. I know we've got 2 more to go, but that's surprising. So, like, they're leaving Halliburton, Brunson, or Cat out. I thought it would be more everything on the line. Let's go star players than what we're seeing. They're kind of going with a lot of these, fringe role players so far.
Just be patient, Joe.
And, well, there's leaving
Pascal
one of them out.
Siakam. Yeah,
Again.
under 21.5 points at -140.
They're going under, huh?
Yeah,
I do find
I'm
it funny
going
when they talk about Siakam. You know how Barkley always has 1 point that he sticks to for an entire series. And his point on Siakam is they don't run any plays for him, which he's right about.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all he says about Siakam. Like Barkley memorizes a couple things about every player and he just leans into them, which is fine. I mean, he's not wrong. So they had Siakam on after the last game, and he's like, man, they don't even run no plays for you. And Siakam started laughing, and he's like, yeah, that's kind of how it is, but we don't really care. If they actually did run plays for Siakam, he would be a 25-point per night guy. I just think it's funny because he has been eating them for lunch basically every night, Joe, in this series. And now they're expecting that to stop? I don't know.
Well, so I was kind of interested in the under as well. I would never pay 140, but I was interested because the volume on Siakam's field goal attempts has been a roller coaster so far, and we're coming off a big game. So for me, I would agree with the room that if you're going to play Siakam, you play under because it's just been up, down, up, down, up, down. That you don't have that consistency, but at $1.40, there is 0% chance that I'd be laying that. And you're right to your point at the start. This is probably part of some SGPs.
Joe, updated price of BetMGM is 20.5, -115 both ways on Siakam for his points.
Okay.
Would you go under on that?
Yeah, I'd consider that. I would never do it at 21.5, but I'd consider it at 20.5, but I'm probably going somewhere else as far as props.
All right, number 1, we've got our star player, and they agree with what Sam said earlier. Jalen Brunson under 30.5 points at -105 is the most popular prop for tonight's game at BetMGM.
They're going under on a
Most
great
popular.
player? Oh, my goodness. I did not see that coming.
In the Garden.
I
Game
thought
5.
for sure they were going to come over on Brunson because he's hitting 3 out of 4, and he just had 31. They're going under? Oh, he's going to have 40 tonight.
Brunson game.
He's going to have 40.
Let's
The
do
room is
40
turning.
bet.
The room is turning on the hand that's fed them.
4 to
Are
1
they-
for 40
They're
plus.
not even losing Brunson bets because he's scoring a crazy amount. 4 to 1 for 40? I don't understand.
Paul's always
that.
like, what is he for 40? What is he for 50?
Like
I love
alt.
that.
What can we do?
Alt. But he's hit for them in almost every game this series.
I don't
And
get
now
it.
they're going to fade him. It's so funny. The room is my favorite.
Halliburton, one of the great performances of playoff history. And they're not betting Halliburton. I'm shocked by that one, too. There's a lot of things that are surprising to me. Nothing on Cat. I guess injury scare, but nothing on Cat. This isn't making sense.
I was waiting, Paul, for you to say that Josh Hart under points was going to be a top prop, and I was going to faint on the set. I was going to just pass out.
There you go.
I wonder how much these change by, like, in the next 6 hours. I wonder if some of the guys we're talking about that we're surprised aren't on the list are probably there.
Which one do you think would be on the list? Will be on the list, is not right now.
Like a Halliburton over. Yeah.
Halliburton?
Over PRA, something like that. Could be Cat, too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's had a heck of a series. Man, I don't know. With all these
Tibbs will play Brunson 44 minutes tonight.
Yeah, of course. But do we agree that the loser is Toppin then?
I think that's the funniest one. So fading the funniest one has become a theme for me.
Toppin revenge. 6.5. They're gonna lay $1.35 on Toppin.
I looked at McBride for 3+. I'm not gonna lie, 3-pointers. That was.
What was that prop again?
Plus 425. He was under 1.5 3-pointers. Minus 175.
Wow. That's probably a good one. Why? Miles McBride. I'm going to lay almost $2 on him to go under 2 made threes, which is so random.
It is so good.
Sweating
I have a stat.
a
stat that's even better, though. You're going to have to follow us to the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, Nesson Nation. I've got an Angel Reese stat that's very, very funny.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll get to that. We'll also check in with our buddy Sean Zerillo on Major League Baseball. We'll do an MLB Memorial Day check-in with Sean and what he's thinking about some of these awards and team futures. That is next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
PCA down the line, and it's gone. Number 15. Raise the roof, and it's 2-0.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
A ridiculous home run for Pete Crow Armstrong last night for the Chicago Cubs in their one-run victory over the Rockies. If you said, no, I don't want to pay nearly $4, I'm going to play the run line, you were a loser in that Cubs bet. Joe Sammy P gets to Sean Zerillo in just a quick moment. But Sam Paniotovich, you teased a nugget on one Angel Reese. We go from PCA to another of your favorites, Angel Reese.
Do we only have PCA highlights? Is that all we have in the vault now? Every time we talk baseball,
they're just doing it to
play a
piss you
PCA
off.
clip.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to read this real quickly, and then we can react and move on. This is a shout out to Bricks Center, which is a mock of Sports Center on X. Angel Reese on field goals she's trying to make this year is about 32%. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
she's shooting 32% from the floor, and she's trying to make a lot or all of them. Jonte Porter was trying to miss and shot 38% from the court. How good is that? How good is that? Oh, she just can't. And they're you know what they're calling them now? The kids are calling them me-bounds. Not rebounds. They're me-bounds because they're mine.
Yes, I got you. Very good. That's a good number, man. Especially shout out to Porter. Joe Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We bring in Sean Zerillo from the Action Network to talk Major League Baseball. Perfect time to bring in Sean. We just had Memorial Day, and this is what teams are doing. They're looking themselves in the mirror saying, okay, what exactly are we? What do we need? And let's keep a close eye on this as we get closer and closer to the MLB trade deadline. Sean, we love talking big picture stuff with you. Let's start with this. Based on your projections, bets you made before the season, around the 55 game mark for all these teams, is there anything you're willing to jump out and say right now, you know what, that was good. I think I was right on that one, but that one I was wrong on. Anything stand out so far?
Right on the Tigers, wrong on the Rangers, and I think the math would absolutely reflect that going forward. There's probably value on Texas to miss the playoffs at this point. I was on their divisional futures, AL bye futures, first round bye futures coming into the season. Their pitching has lived up to the hype. Their offense has been an absolute disaster. They had to fire their offensive coordinator, Donnie Ecker. They just got Corey Seager back from the IL yesterday. Seems like this is the healthiest their lineup has potentially been all year, but Seager keeps going on the IL with the same issue. Not even sure if he's 100% currently back in their lineup. So I think Texas, they made a lot of changes to their bullpen over the offseason. They tried to make it better. They were a bottom 10 bullpen last year. They've been a bottom 10 bullpen this season, and their offense has regressed pretty substantially. Marcus Semien looks like he might be cooked. So Rangers certainly trending down. Obviously, that helps the Mariners and the Astros. But the Tigers, I do think I nailed in terms of being the best in the AL Central. And really, all of it is just internal player development. Improving Casey Mize from where he was. All of their hitters are getting better, and the bullpen has been phenomenal since last year. And AJ Hinch doing a great job in terms of managing and optimizing his guys. So I think the Tigers are absolutely a threat in the American League. And one team who I identified in the preseason is getting better during the year, who I thought might be a threat as this season elongates, a team who I think there's value to make the playoffs right now at big plus money and potentially to win the AL pennant at 30-1 is the Tampa Bay Rays, because they still have Shane McClanahan rehabbing. They have Carson Williams, who's their future shortstop, sitting in AAA. And they have Ha-Seong Kim, who they signed as a free agent for the Padres this offseason, who's currently rehabbing and getting back in their lineup soon. So I think the Rays, with their rotation depth, getting Josh Lowe back recently, I think the Rays at plus 210 to make the playoffs. Oopsie has them as high as 47%. And then 30-1 to win the AL pennant is just too long considering where they are in the AL East and where their other projections are. I think 30-1 is a huge number and probably the best long shot value out there on Tampa Bay right now.
I drew the comparison earlier, the Rangers and the Braves. Preseason hype was there. Preseason results, you thought maybe they could both win about 85, 90 games, and they didn't start well. And the Rangers can't hit, and the Braves are just finding ways to lose, right? But if you put a number on it, let's call the number 18-1. Would you rather bet the Rangers to win the pennant or the Braves to win the World Series. Both numbers are 18-1. Both teams have struggled.
Yeah, Braves all day. In fact, I think there's tremendous value right now on Atlanta to make the playoffs. They're even money in some places to make the playoffs. The average public projection out there right now has them at 60% to make the postseason. So their shortest odds to make the postseason are 52%. As I said, the average projection out there is closer to 60%. I think Pacoda has them near 80% even at this point. So I think Atlanta to make the playoffs is really good value. And I think even beyond that, Atlanta to win the NL pennant at 12-1 is good value considering their World Series number was 9-1, 10-1 coming into the year. You're getting better odds now on them to win the NL pennant than you were to win the World Series coming into the preseason. So absolutely, between those two numbers at the same point, same price point, Atlanta 18-1 to win the World Series, all day. I think Texas, as I said, a value bet to potentially miss the playoffs at this point, regardless of where the number is. I think the average projection out there right now has them at 70% to miss the postseason. Again, just to reiterate, Atlanta 60% on average to make the postseason. So if you extrapolate that out, certainly value on their pennant and World Series odds too.
With Sean Zerillo of the Action Network, talking Major League Baseball, is there a division right now that has a favorite that you think is very beatable, and maybe we're getting the best number that we've had, much better than earlier on in the year, and you're still buying? Maybe it's bad luck, maybe it's just underperforming. Whatever the reason is, where you would look down the board and say, you know what, there's a team here sitting third or sitting fourth that it is so tight, I think this favorite is going to regress where they can catch him.
The two mathematically that I think are worth targeting against are the Phillies and the Tigers. I know I just talked up the Tigers. They have a 6-game lead in the Central. Pacoda still has the Twins at 30% to win the AL Central. That would be about plus 230 implied. You can bet as high as plus 650 on Minnesota to come back and win the AL Central. Would I do it personally? Probably not. But mathematically, the value is undisputably there. The Phillies, two projections have them at 60%, which is minus 150. Others have Atlanta closer to 13 to 15% to come back and win this division, considering where they are. So about 13 to 15% is like plus 670, plus 600, plus 550. You can get as high as 9-1 on the Braves right now to come back and win the NL East. Obviously, getting Acuna back recently, though they're not playing him necessarily every day. Even today's doubleheader, it looks like they're only going to play him one of the two games. Consider sitting him on Sunday after 3 games. Strider's still not 100%. So I think mathematically the value is absolutely there on Minnesota and Atlanta. Would I bet them? Not necessarily, especially considering I have preseason tickets on the Braves. One favorite who I think should be bigger odds that are not is the Seattle Mariners. The Mariners, Pacoda has the Mariners at 60%. Other projections have them between 47 and 52%. But if you believe in that Pacoda number, and even if you believe in the average projections around 52%, you could have the Mariners right now at plus 120. Should the Mariners be plus money at all to win the AL West at this point, with how far back Texas is falling, with the Astros losing Ronel Blanco to the IL for the season? Lance McCullers has looked good, but is he capable of staying healthy for a full season? Just looking at the depth of the Astros 25, 40-man roster, I don't really think it's there. And I don't think it's capable of sustaining any more injuries than they've already had. Yordan Alvarez is going to come back at some point. Cam Smith playing really well. If you want to talk about downboard AL Rookie of the Year guys, I think Cam Smith is very interesting. But I do think the Mariners should potentially be a more substantial favorite than they are currently. And I don't know if they should be plus money at this point. So plus 120 on Seattle to win the West might be a good bet and maybe the best value of all the divisional bets right now.
It's almost June, and the Rockies don't have 10 wins, right? They're 9-47. We have fun with them every day on this show for the most part. If somebody was living under a rock for the last 2 months and asked you to quantify how bad Colorado is, how would you answer that?
Well, the White Sox were the worst team in the history of baseball, and it's not going to last probably for a full year, right? The Rockies are pacing for about 25 wins, and how I would quantify that to them is, 2 teams in the history of baseball have ever won, 35, 33% of their games, whatever it is. The Rockies are pacing for 20 wins fewer than that over 162-game schedule, like literally pacing for 27 wins, I believe, at this point. It's absurd. And the fact that the rest of the NL West is all over 500 and all competing for playoff spots just makes it look even worse, because last year, I think the White Sox were single-handedly responsible for getting 3 AL Central teams to the playoffs, because I don't think it was the Guardians who beat up on them, but I believe the Royals and Twins both beat up heavily on the White Sox during the regular season. This year, the Rockies are just giving free wins to the Padres and the D-backs and the Giants. So is the NL West going to end up getting 3 playoff teams ultimately? It's very possible, which could, lock out the Braves, lock out the Mets. Like, I don't know if they're actually capable of not beating up on one another, the 4 teams at the top of that division. But the Rockies being so bad does create that opportunity for 3 teams to get in from the West. So I think that alone is just a problem. And, I don't know how you rebalance the scheduling even more going forward, because they've already shortened the divisional schedules from, 19 games now down to 13 as of a couple of years ago. So they've tried to eliminate, one bad team in a division, increasing the playoff chances for the other teams there. But it is an issue. And I'm not sure at what point the Rockies are going to be better with the other teams in their division spending. Obviously, the Dodgers spend, but the Padres, maybe once their ownership changes, they'll spend a little bit more. But the Giants and the D-backs are both obviously spending. So what is the window for the Rockies to even be good again? Is it 5 years? Is it 7 years? Is it 10? The window for when they're going to be competitive again just seems extremely far away.
Joe Sammy P. Got Sean Zerillo from the Action Network talking some Major League Baseball. Right now, is there an MVP, Cy Young, Rookie of the Year, Manager of the Year? Is there a bet you would make today?
Yeah, I think in terms of NL MVP, that's a little bit more open to me than AL MVP, obviously, with Judge running away. We'll see how much Ohtani pitches. He's expected to have about 7 starts, get another win above replacement from pitching. If you're going to bet a long shot MVP right now, I think Lindor at 40-1 is probably the best bet. He's projected to finish in the top 4 or 5 by both Zips and Steamer updated projections. The one issue with both Lindor and PCA is that no MVP has won with an OPS below 850 since Ichiro did it in his rookie season. Ichiro finished about 840. Lindor was about 840 last year, 845. Nobody's done it with an OPS below 850 since Ichiro. So I think, PCA is at like 866. If that OBP slips a little bit, if he stops hitting home runs in abundance, that WAR total is going to slip. So that's just something to keep in mind in terms of MVPs. Obviously, NL Rookie of the Year, I think, is much more wide open right now, too. I'm just not sure who to bet. 2 longer shots who caught my eye, though. Ben Kasparius at 30-1, and then Ronnie Mauricio at 100-1, who's currently rehabbing for the Mets. He won Player of the Week in AAA, coming off of that ACL surgery a couple of years ago. I'm just not sure how much playing time he's going to get when he ultimately comes up behind Beatty and behind Vientos at third base and DH. Like, they're going to be mixing all those guys in. So Kasparius at 30-1, the way he's pitching for the Dodgers really caught my eye. They've started him some. They've had a bunch of pitching injuries. They may need him to go back into their rotation at some point. And he's putting up pretty phenomenal numbers. It's just nobody in the NL field projects to finish over about 2.5 wins above replacement. There's like 4 or 5 guys in the AL I can point to at that total. I know you guys have been talking up Jack Caglione over the past week. I think Jacob Wilson could stop playing today and still have a chance at winning AL Rookie of the Year. That's how far he's separated himself from the rest of the field in the AL. He's projected to finish 8th in AL wins above replacement by Zips and 4th by Steamer. I think Wilson is closer to being in the MVP conversation than he is to winning Rookie of the Year. I think almost anybody else in the AL is a donation at this point. I hate to say it because he got some good numbers on Jack, but Jacob Wilson is kind of running away with it.
And look at that. We're out of time. Sean Zerillo, thanks for joining us on Bet Sweats. You're probably right. Yeah. I do want to ask about the Dodgers, though, in all seriousness. I mean, we know their price. We know their talent. Glasnow, Sasaki, Snell, Stone, Graterol, Kopech, Trinan. That's that's an entire major league pitching staff on the shelf. Are you that bullish that this team is good enough to overcome all of the injuries and maybe the injuries that might linger throughout the season in that pitching staff?
No, not as much as I was, a month ago. I think even looking at Max Muncy having a down year, Mookie Betts seemingly never recovering from the weight loss in the preseason. Like, he looks like he's starting to decline a little bit. The average age on this roster, I mean, Freeman's 36, Ohtani's 31, Betts is 33. Like, the window is starting to close just a little bit. And given all the pitching injuries they've had, I think it obviously complicates things. They barely made it through the postseason last year with an injured Jack Flaherty, Walker Buehler running on fumes. They did get there. I think the bullpen is probably better than it was last year, but the offense maybe is taking a slight step back. And they do not have, necessarily prospects coming up from the high minors who are going to supplement their roster. They've already called up Dalton Rushing. They've brought up Roki Sasaki, and he's largely failed at the major league level. So I actually think the Dodgers are in a pretty similar spot to where they were last year, where, yes, they have the best guys on paper, but is the rotation going to be there come October? And it seems like it's just as likely to not be as it was last year. So if they get Snell or Glasnow back and you match them with Yamamoto, yeah, technically it's a better rotation than they had last postseason. But the likelihood that multiple of those guys are there, the likelihood that Yamamoto doesn't get hurt at some point the rest of the way. He's smaller. He had injury issues last year. He's thrown a lot of innings. I think he remains an injury risk. And, now you're talking about pitching Ohtani. Is Ohtani's injury risk going to increase getting back on the mound? Like, are they going to hurt him pitching? They can't keep anybody healthy when they throw arms, for multiple innings. So, no, I think the Dodgers do have significant injury concerns, and I think they're in a very similar spot to where they were last year.
The Action Network, Sean Zerillo, always appreciate your time. We'll play nickel or dime on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
lot to get to coming up. We'll have Lightning Bets 20 minutes from right now. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, Sam on X, at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. The show, bet_sweats. Go to BetMGMnetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app. You can also watch the BetMGM Network on YouTube and Twitch every day. We are here from the hours of 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. And Sam, much of today has been about the NBA playoffs for good reason, because we've got another conference finals game tonight, maybe the last conference finals game. It does feel like interest is down. And if we go a week without the NBA, it's going to be real down. And, I'm not someone that's going to rip on what we have in the NBA finals, because we're going to have budding superstars no matter what. One already an established one who just won the MVP in SGA, and then we'll see what happens on the other side in the Eastern Conference. But if you end up a week without games, that's going to be a big problem for the league. And we come from the mindset, well, look, if there's a lack of interest, there's always people that are going to bet it, and they'll be more interested in their bets. Our friend David Purdom tweets this out just a little bit ago. The amount bet on the NBA declined approximately 10% year over year this season, according to the gambling research firm Eilers Krejcik. I believe that's what it is. And then they went into some of the details about it and where you get some of those numbers, but I cannot sit here and say that I'm surprised at all. I doubt that stat is being thrown out there if we have Steph, if we have LeBron or Luka or the Boston Celtics involved. Great players still alive, really good teams. One looks like a great team, but it actually makes perfect sense to me. You don't have as many eyeballs as these games, and I'm sure the ratings are going to show that.
And I don't know that the finals will be a heavily bet series, because you're going to have big numbers. Think about the spreads when the Thunder are at home against either of these teams. I mean, the Thunder just were 8.5 on Minnesota and blew them out in a game that Minnesota had to have. That is in the minds of every bookmaker right now. And to be honest with you, if you were to power rate the four teams coming into the conference finals, it was Oklahoma City 1, then Minnesota, then the Knicks, then the Pacers. I don't know that you can leap Indiana that much in the power ratings. So there's a good chance that we see a game one line of 9, 9.5, maybe 10.
Mm-hmm.
People don't want to get involved with numbers that big. They want to lay 4 or 4.5 or 5. Bigger the number, less the handle. And you see that a lot in the NFL. When an NFL team is laying 18 points, the public doesn't get involved. Either way, not on the favorite, not on the dog. They just go to another game. The issue with that, you don't have another game in the NBA. You have one. You have one game a night now, the rest of the way. And if these numbers are very big, when the Thunder are laying 9, 10 points, the handle will not rise. It will not, because people don't want to bet on that.
That's exactly what one of the larger books said in a quote for this story. Like, less competitive matchups, larger spreads, less of a betting appetite for customers. And that's true. Even last night, okay, we said Thunder are going to win, but are they going to cover the 8.5? That's the big question. But there weren't a lot of people willing to go to that window. Look how long it took for people to make an adjustment on the Indiana Pacers. They were dogs every game of the Cleveland series, every single game. It took so long for there to be an adjustment. Now tonight, New York being involved, 4.5-point spread, I would bet that you will see a lot more action tonight than you saw 24 hours ago.
No doubt. You'll also see a lot more money line action, because a lot of people will take the Knicks and either lay the price or wheel the price with something else. They're willing to lay, what's the money line, 250 or something, I'm guessing. I don't have it up there, but that's usually around the range of line's down to 4, so maybe a little bit cheaper now. Consensus money line price, down to 185. That's crazy. I thought it'd be higher than that. That's just respect for the Pacers. I mean, that's what it is. So 5.5, 6 would have been about 250 then. So I'm a little off there. But it opened minus 210 on the money line when the spread opened 5. So 5 and minus 210, and now 4 and minus 185. People will lay that though. They'll bet that. I love that we're talking about something and then you go, that's exactly what the story said. It's almost like we know what we're talking about, huh?
Yeah, exactly. You think it ends tonight?
I hope it does. I will take the points.
What's the biggest reason? What's the biggest, outside of the Indiana series bet that we talked about before this got going? What's the biggest reason? No more emergency podcasts?
I was going to say, now that I think about it for a second, I think we need this to go 7 so we can get more emergency podcasts.
Right. Yeah. Need them on the weekend. Whispering, swearing. The swearing whisperer. It's so good. It's one of my favorite
I can tell you this. So the Crippler, who actually had the Thunder last night, like everybody on the planet, hit that game. So he had OKC. He still is down big. Big. That was the only win he had yesterday. So he's ice cold right now. Do you want to guess what he bet today? Take a guess.
Oh, he took the Knicks.
-5 and money line.
And he can't do one. Cannot do one. Let's parlay a bunch of stuff. So he got killed in baseball, right? And has that been a consistent thing?
He's actually been good in baseball. I think he's been getting baseball from somebody else. My guy goes, I think he's taking sharp baseball. I'm like, sharps get crushed in baseball. A lot of sharps I know lose in baseball. They get good numbers, but they're playing dogs and unders. And I got one guy who I talk to all the time, and I called him up. I go, we talk maybe twice a week, usually beginning of the week and then end of the week. So I get the full report of how the week went on Monday or Tuesday. And he goes, I can't say this because it's not an uncensored post-game podcast, but he goes, these extra inning rules are killing me. So he's losing thousands of dollars on games that are
Unders?
2-2 after 9 and then 5-4 after 11. And the worst is he gets so mad because he'll have under 8.5 in a game. And it'll be, 3-3. And then in the top of the 10th, nobody will score. And then in the bottom of the 10th, he needs one run, and then that team won't score. And then in the top of the 11th, the team gets 2, and then the other team gets 3. And it's maddening for a lot of baseball bettors. People don't think about this, but wise guys mostly in baseball bet cheap favorites, live underdogs, and unders. Mm-hmm. And this guy says he's lost thousands because of the extra innings rule.
Do they offer? They do
regulation unders? Is that what you're saying?
Regulation 9 inning, something like that.
Kenny White brought up this comment at Bet Bash last year. I was interviewing Roxy, and I did an hour. Roxy goes, "Let's do an hour." So I did a half hour, me and Roxy, and then opened it up 30 minutes Q&A. And Kenny White had the last question in the room. Longtime Vegas odds maker. He said, Roxy, do you ever think we'll be able to bet college basketball unders in regulation? And he made the comment with the question that he's getting smoked on games that go to overtime. Because Kenny will play a game under 140. It's 58-58 at the end of regulation, and then it loses in overtime. He goes, Rox, I want to bet under 40 minutes. Not the full thing. I'll pay the extra tax, and I'll do it in regulation. And Roxy said, well, they do it in Asia. Some places do it in Asia, but they don't do it in the United States. You have to live through the whole game, overtime, extras, whatever. Kenny said, I get crushed on overtimes.
So if they're offering first 5, first 3, those stupid Yurfy-Nerfy bets, why wouldn't they offer 9 innings? It just zooms from first 5 to full game. Because they know that's how they're making some money. The big money bettors are doing full game stuff, a lot of them, and they get lucky a lot of times because they're taking the under. That's interesting. They
gave me a bet.
Offer that.
He gave me a bet. That guy I'm talking about. He gave me a bet earlier this year. It was under 9 in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the teams or the pitchers because you and I are betting all day, every day. I don't remember the game, but he gives me under 9, and I think even money. So the market is over 9 minus 120, and it's freaking 1-1 after 8, and it goes to extras. I believe 2-2. Each team gets a penny in the 9th. So from 1-1 to 2-2, and I believe the game lost 6-5 or 7-6. It's such a right side bet, but you just get cooked in extras.
Yeah. God, that sucks. That's a good point about the 40-minute college basketball. Kenny White, big college basketball bettor. He's big into totals. You know that more than anybody. But for those that weren't aware, yeah, there's a reason they haven't offered it. You would think more markets, the better, but sports books are thinking in this specific instance, no, that wouldn't be better for us. Because who's betting 40 minutes of college basketball? Who's betting 9 innings in baseball? Sharp guys.
Sharp
guys. Yep. Exactly. They're betting those unders. All right. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network. You saw something from Adam Levitan that popped to you regarding the NFL, right?
Yep. So there's a sports book that has lines and totals up basically for every game. So Levitan ran the numbers and crunched points per game by team. And here are the top 5 teams that they project. That's established the run, of course, Adam Levitan. So the number 1 team in terms of total points per game, Buffalo, 26.7. Not really a surprise. Baltimore 2, 26.5. Detroit 3, 25.3 expected points per game. Kansas City is 4, 25.2. Washington is 5th. Ahead of Philly, by the way, at 25.2. So per the stats and the trends and the totals, not to mention the spreads, Buffalo, Baltimore, Detroit, Kansas City, Washington. Any surprises there?
I don't know about a surprise. I'd say the one that interests me the most is Detroit 3 at 25.3. You're replacing Ben Johnson. You still have an elite offensive line, still have great playmakers. Quarterback is the same. How are you going to handle this change? How much of a drop-off is it going to be going from Ben Johnson to John Morton? John Morton, he's a new offensive coordinator. He was the passing game coordinator the last couple of years with the Denver Broncos, so he's also learning from a smart mind there. But it's not them handing it off to someone who's been in the building. He was a senior offensive assistant in 2022 with the Lions. So, yes, familiar with the team, but works under Sean Payton for a couple of years, passing game coordinator in Denver, and now he's back in Detroit as the OC. I think this is being under-discussed. The Detroit Lions, a team that's a favorite for the North, they've been a contender for the Super Bowl over the last couple of years, losing both coordinators to head coaching gigs. And Ben Johnson, are they going to be able to repeat everything offensively? That one pops to me. As far as implied team total per game being 3rd highest, above Kansas City, that's interesting.
A couple other notables here. Philly 6, San Francisco 7, Cincinnati 9, the Rams 10, the Chargers 13. There's the Bears 15th, right in the middle. Mm-hmm. And then the worst teams, the 5 worst teams projected points per game. Tennessee 20.5. The Jets and Giants basically 19 each, 19.5. The Saints 19.2. And the projected worst offense in the NFL with 18.6 points per game, your Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, the bottom's not a surprise. It's quite obvious which are the worst teams in the NFL, and they can't score any points. How about you? Does anything pop?
Chicago being in the middle, and also New England being 23rd. We didn't get to talk about Stephon Diggs passing out powder on the boat yet, did we? Maybe we'll do that.
No,
in
we didn't.
Woo! The excuses being made for that are wild. I mean, I get it. Not everybody needs to go to OTAs. But passing out pink powder, it's a different story, Joe.
Chicago, the same number as Miami. The offensive genius in Miami, same number, 22.7 implied team total. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats. Next, we bring you our lightning bets for this Thursday. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in a few minutes. Our guy Brett McMurphy, a regular on this show during the college football season, tweets this 21 minutes ago. Great news for Mike Leach fans. College Football Hall of Fame will lower win percentage in 2027 for coaches from 60 to 59.5%, which will make the former Mississippi State, Texas Tech, Washington State coach eligible to join the Hall. Always been a Leach fan. I assume you are too, Sam. You always have.
Oh, when you had to leave chicken dinner because we were both working at a network that I won't name, doesn't really make sense. They broke us up only to bring us both there. I dove into Leach heavy. And we used to play because his press conferences and the practice rapport would all be put online. And I remember one reporter asked him, like, what's your favorite Halloween candy? And he did 3 minutes on it. Yeah. And he was like, oh, he was all excited. And then he, would you rather fight a dinosaur or a pirate or whatever? I mean, he would answer anything you threw at him midweek. I love Mike Leach and have for a long time. And he does deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
I'd love to hear him be asked 100 men versus a gorilla.
Oh,
he's going to have all sorts of angles. Yes. When he was coaching at Texas Tech, I used to produce a show on the weekends on The Score. It was College Football Saturday. And, we try to get guests, and you collect some numbers of some coaches, like up-and-coming teams. The smaller schools, always willing to throw their coach on. Any single time they can get their coach on after a big win, whatever. Yeah, just call a cell phone. It doesn't matter. Here's Mike Leach's cell phone number. TCU guys, when they were ranked, like, oh, yeah, sure. You can get him on. So then I got Leach's number. I'm like, they're on bye. Let's call Leach. Let's just do it on the fly. Let's see if we can get Leach on the phone because he's always entertaining. People love hearing from the guy. It doesn't matter you're a Chicago show or not. We call him. It's his bye week. Dude is partying. Like, it's loud. He's hammered. But he's such a good dude. Yeah, I'll go on with Jay Hood and Steve Silverman. Yeah, let's go. Like, you can barely hear what he's saying because it's so loud, whichever bar he was at. But, he was having a good time. Anytime he would pop, I don't watch much ESPN, but even when he was live and he would pop up on ESPN, I'm like, you got to stop. Oh, they're at Wazoo today? Game day's there? He's getting like an hour, and he's showing people around. Like, he was can't miss TV. Are there head coaches that are can't miss TV now? I can't think of one.
Saban does a really good job on TV, but he's not coaching anymore.
Yeah.
He's shown the personality now that he's on television. I don't know. I have a quote from Mike Lynch. Mike Leach. Mike Lynch is a buddy of mine. Mike Leach. I do have a Viking axe by the bed in case I need to whack someone. My wife bought me an axe. It curls down so you can grab the adversary around the neck and you can use it to climb walls as a grappling hook. He's explaining how he would kill somebody with an axe. And he goes into detail. Oh, they're just, if you type in Mike Leach quotes, you get a million of them. A million of them.
Yeah, one of the best. Always entertaining. We need more characters like that in all sports. So you gave out a call to action to our Bet Sweats listeners and viewers, the audience in general, and they quickly responded. Why don't you remind the people what exactly that was? I love that you did that, and really enjoyed checking out some of this.
Our reviews have gone higher and higher as the months go on, but people are just hitting a star amount. They're not leaving an actual review. So they're rating it, I guess, but not reviewing it. So I said, hey, take 60 seconds, go to Apple or Spotify, and let it rip. You want to give us 1 star? Fine. You don't think we win? Fine. Give us a 1 star. I just want an honest review, and I think you agree. So I'll read a couple here. This is from Brent. Brent 68317. I don't believe that's Brent Musburger. I'll get back to you on that, though. My go-to show every day because it provides up-to-date analysis of what's happening in sports. Sweet. This is from McGee66, 5 stars. Sammy and Joe have great chemistry, which makes for a fun show. And the last one is from Used to Love Drop. I don't know what Drop is. Maybe Stephon Diggs has Drop. Maybe we can get some. 5 stars. And the comment is, your show deserves 5. Great content, great chemistry, all 4 of you. So there's a love for Paul and Jake as well. Love the show, exclamation point. I really enjoy reading these. If they're good or bad, I want to read more. It's not a lot. It doesn't take a long time to review the show.
My favorite is when they rip on Jake.
Yes.
There was one. I can't even find it right now. There was one.
I can find it. I know exactly where it's at. I got it. Here we go. From 2 years ago, from Tennessee Charlie. Here's what he had to say. Do you want me to read the part about Hawk or just go right to Jake?
Go ahead. The whole thing.
Okay. 2 years ago, Tennessee Charlie. The show can be entertaining when the hosts aren't laughing nonstop. And Aaron uses the words value and sweaty so much, I think she just learned them. The producer, Jake, comes off as a smug bleep, and the show would be better with a lot less of him.
Was that the girl who was trying to hit up?
Was that the girl? Is Charlie a girl or a guy? I don't know.
I'm sure it's a guy. I
guess you shouldn't assume these days. You know, you got to be careful.
They follow me on Twitter, I believe. Tennessee Charlie, good stuff there. Remember those? Was it the Tennessee guys that we saw in Vegas? Were they Tennessee fans?
Oh yeah, he goes, "Hey, I'm Hal Sharpton." I go, "That's not your real name." Hal Sharpton with an H.
I love it. All right, where are you going for lightning bets today?
I am taking the Pacers. I'm not going to go money line. I actually bet 4.5 this morning, and you can still take 4.5. MGM has 4.5 minus 15. Okay. If you get creative and shop around, actually, as I say that, all the offshores are going to 4. 4, 4, 4, 4. How about bet online -4, minus 15 on the Knicks? People are betting the Pacers, people that know what they're doing today, and I think it's the play. 7-2 is a dog. I'm going to take the Pacers plus the points, and because I hate myself and love losing, I'm taking the Dallas Stars minus 130. It will happen. I will bet that today, and the Oilers will win.
Are you putting everything with the Dallas Wings against Chicago?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
Did you see the group of guys, by the way, that are betting on Angel Reese to miss her first field goal attempt every night?
No. What's the number on that?
I don't know. You can't really bet it at MGM and books like that. I think you can do it at Prize Picks or whatever. Not that I use Prize Picks. I don't. I'm sure you can do it offshore, but it's this group of 4 or 5 guys that all bets on her to miss, and then they film themselves. And she goes up and she bricks it, and they go, woo!
Oh God! Oh,
it's
those
so
are your
funny.
People.
It's very funny, yeah. And you get it out of the way right away, good or bad.
Yeah. It's maybe not as popular as the LeBron 10+ points bet that was going on this year, but that's hilarious. You love the Angel Reese stuff is so good. It's very entertaining. That nugget you had on her earlier, insane about her shooting percentage, and she's a big. How bad it is. Low 30s. All right.
I can read you the stat again. Sorry for those that
do it
didn't
again
hear
for people
early.
that missed it.
So Angel Reese on field goals she's trying to make is about 32%. Jonte Porter was trying to miss and shot 38.5% from the floor. It's so funny. So funny.
Excellent. Not overcomplicating it. We have limited baseball today, just a handful of games, even less than that. But let's just go Pacers. Couple 4.5s, as Sam mentioned, still out there. Let's do that. I'm not messing around with any props or anything. Let's take the Pacers, hoping for a win, and we will be laughing in the morning at 9 a.m. Eastern if that's the case. Let's go to Paul and Jake. What you guys got?
So I have good news and bad news. The good news is there's no one at the top of the leaderboard that I can jinx. The bad news is all I did was look at the leaderboard earlier. Ludwig was -2. Didn't say. I just continued on with my day, and now he's back to even. So I think I'm just like self-imposed. I think from now on I just don't even look at golf after we bet it. I definitely don't talk about it. And I have no Jags bets. So, but I figured I'd pass that along. What do you got?
Are you out on them this year?
Here's it's actually kind of what Andy said the other day, because like in past years I've like in March or April like looked at, oh, this team lost this many one-score games, or like, oh, this team looks like they've really shored up their defense in free agency, or like looking at PFF position grades and like fallen in love. Thought there's value on teams like the Seahawks at 5-1 in the West, or the Broncos in years past, or the Jags. Especially the Jags, because in the past it's like it's just red zone turnovers and stuff that should come back to the mean, and it just doesn't. So similar to what Andy Molitor was saying the other day, I have not really like dove in on anyone yet, and I understand the case. I would be higher on the Jags than the Colts, I think, but I haven't gotten to the point where I'm placing any division bets or anything like that.
No. Yeah, we wouldn't bet the division either. Yeah. I got you. We wouldn't bet the division, but we're doing an exacta. I think that's where the conversation came up, that you would go Jacksonville too before Indianapolis. Jake Hassan, Mr. Smug, what you got?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief so that the people don't get too upset. I like Jacob Wilson over 1.5 hits. I like Jeremy Pena over 1.5 total bases. I like him to hit a home run as well. And since I will not be with you people tomorrow, college baseball for tomorrow: West Virginia on the money line, UC Irvine on the money line, and Northeastern on the money line. Oh, Sam, by the way, Virginia's manager, they weren't focused only because he was negotiating a new contract with Miss State. Don't worry.
Oh, good. I bet them 9-1 to win the College World Series, and they didn't make the tournament.
Because Jake recommended him?
No, Jake did not.
Actually, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Damn. I was hoping.
I was being too smug about it.
That was going to be the case. Yes, you were. You always are. Thank you, Jake. Have a great weekend. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats. Back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
from the BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Good morning to you. We're coming at you live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up in our final hour, we will look ahead to the Knicks trying to keep their slim championship hopes alive as they welcome the Pacers to the Garden. Hear what Ben Stiller has to say about that and about being called out by Pat McAfee when they played their previous game in Indianapolis. This has gone all over the place. Then in 20 minutes, we're excited about this. A fantastic guest. You're going to want to stick around for Pam Maldonado from ESPN and Tennis Channel. She'll talk a little French Open with us. And finally, we'll bring you our best bets at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can stream the final hour of our show on ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Remember when we had Joe Thomas on the show, the legendary Browns offensive lineman, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Denton? He was here to talk about Shador and the Browns. He handed off to us some beef sticks and some jerky as well. The jerky was very good. And I'll tell you something. I kept those beef sticks around, and then I tore into those bad boys this week, and they were delicious. Am I getting paid for this promotion? No. Now, would I like to be talking about these beef sticks while wearing a BetMGM robe? Yes, I would. But I have to say, you never know when you start your own business or, this big old boy, this legendary Hall of Famer, he made some beef sticks, some jerky. I mean, I feel like that's an easy sell. But I have to say, it was really good.
Well, I will be saying for the second time on the show, where's my meat sticks? I didn't get any of these beef sticks. So I would love to, talk with you about how delicious these meat sticks were, but I don't know because I didn't get any.
Have you ever tried a celebrity endorsed product that you did? I'm not asking you to call someone out. It doesn't have to be by name. But did you try something? Maybe you got gifted something. You're like, hey, listen, this is what I'm promoting. You tried it and you're like, no thanks.
Well, we were talking about celebrity restaurants earlier. So Vanderpump, I don't even know what the name of the restaurant is, but it's for Lisa Vanderpump, who is like a Bravo legend, and she has this show called Vanderpump Rules. So she opened up a restaurant in Las Vegas. And so I wanted to go because I watched the show. And one of like the hallmarks of her restaurants are that they're really strikingly pretty. Like they're like Instagram friendly. So like, of course, I'm a basic girl. I want to go see the flowers and all the decorations. So we get to the restaurant and number one, the service is just god awful. Like they act like we don't exist. It took us like 45 minutes to get our drinks. And then the food was not good either. So it was certainly a letdown. But again, maybe this is what you've come to expect from a restaurant that prides itself on the way it looks as opposed to the food that it offers.
Yeah, that's like when they had Taffer's Tavern here in D.C. John Taffer, who is the guy who comes in and does bar rescue. And he opened up a restaurant right next to Capital One Arena a few years ago. Did you ever go there, Denton? It was not good. And I used to watch that show religiously. I'm like, oh, this guy knows how to run things, because a lot of people, they just let their bars go. They just want to get hammered all the time. They don't want to actually run a business. And I was like, oh, this guy's the master at running a bar. It lasted for 2 years, and then they closed because of, quote, security concerns. Whatever, dude. I went there. I sat at the bar with a bunch of people, and let me tell you, they served the most sugary drinks you can imagine. They were not good. And the guy was like putting on a show behind the bar. Hey, what's your name again? Michael? Okay, Big Mike. Okay, let's get you. I'm like, okay. This is fine. First of all, don't call me Big Mike. That's weird. I just walked in and sat down, sir. Like, I don't know what's going on here. And so it was like this whole song and dance routine, and they served you a drink, and they were just sugary and all kind of thrown together. It was, and the food was just mediocre at best. I wasn't expecting some incredible culinary experience, but it was so disappointing. And now I can't watch the show anymore because I'm like, yeah, I've been to your place. It was not good at all.
Who's the guy that does Hell's Kitchen? Is it Gordon Ramsay?
Mm-hmm.
I went to his restaurant in Las Vegas, and I didn't really like it either. And he's a chef. Like, that's the thing. Like, Lisa Vanderpump is not known for, like, her culinary, like, talents. But, like, for the Gordon Ramsay one, I was very disappointed because your expectations, of course, are a lot higher. Again, I'm not somebody who, studied any of the culinary arts, but I just didn't really think the food was that great.
Well, the food may not be great there, and food's not going to taste very good in Minneapolis if you're the Timberwolves heading back home after that loss last night. So let's recap this quickly and then talk about Knicks and Pacers. The Thunder just all over Minnesota last night, 124-94. The Thunder laying 9. They're minus 377 on the money line. Total set at 222, the under hits. And the Thunder, the best defensive team in the NBA. That's how they got it done last night.
Randall off the bounce. Caruso knocks it away. Comes up with a steal. Throws it back and Gilgeous-Alexander. The unselfish play.
All calls courtesy of ESPN. SGA, 34 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists. He was everywhere, particularly in the first half.
Gilgeous-Alexander left-handed lays it up and in.
Chet Holmgren, 22 points, 7 boards. Jalen Williams, 19 points. The Thunder rolled to a victory. This was not close. They are going to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012.
Another 30-point-plus win. As Dillingham will dribble it out. Well, the magical season continues. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going back to the NBA Finals.
Yes, they are, said Oklahoma City head coach Mark Daigneault after the game. We've got a lot of work to do to get to our ultimate goal, and this is not it. So that's all I'm focused on. I think we're both sort of surprised. Not that Oklahoma City closed the things out and covered the number here, but I personally thought that the Timberwolves would make this more competitive than we saw.
Yeah, what a disappointment for Minnesota. A team that looked on paper like maybe they could present some type of a challenge to the Thunder, but we didn't see any challenges at all, especially in an elimination game. One would think that this is a game where they would come out with their hair on fire, but instead they, started the first quarter with 9 total points. So the Thunder were up 26-9 in the first quarter, and that was pretty much the story of the game. They never looked back. It was a wire-to-wire winner for the Thunder. So now we start talking about, hey, what did the Timberwolves do wrong? Is this something they can correct? And I do think it starts with your superstar. Anthony Edwards is only 23 years old, so he still has plenty of time to get better. But if we're going to praise him for his good games, you got to critique him when he has the off nights, especially in an elimination game. The Thunder defense did a great job of limiting Anthony Edwards in this series, and he went below 20 points in 3 of the 5 games. You just can't have that from your superstar. I understand the defense was generational, and I think that's probably why the Thunder end up winning it all. But still, if you're the face of your franchise, you got to do better than 19 points in an elimination game.
Yeah, and fortunately, he's still a young guy, has a great future in the NBA. There's been a lot of talk as to whether or not he is the future face of the NBA. I would say right now, it looks to be SGA, but certainly Edwards has the talent to get there. It's just not quite what I thought we were going to get. Like I said earlier, I'm surprised it was the Nuggets that gave the Thunder a harder time than the Timberwolves did. Game 1 of the NBA Finals next Thursday in Oklahoma City. Still waiting for a winner of the Knicks and the Pacers. And we could find out tomorrow if that's going to be Indiana because they lead this series 3-1. Before we look ahead to what we expect tonight, so we've been talking about this during the break. If you saw the previous game in Indianapolis, you saw Pat McAfee do his best wrestling spiel, his promo, call out Ben Stiller and Spike Lee and some other celebrities who were in town for that game in Indianapolis. So Ben Stiller has now responded to that and did so yesterday on the Putback with Ian Begley.
Timothy, had been on his show And I was like, oh, that's your boy. That's your guy. And then, so when that happened, I was a little bit like, whoa, that's okay. But then the WWE aspect of it, I get it. He's like, it's just not the way it happens in New York. You know what I mean? It's not what, if you go on the Jumbotron, like they're going to show him, if he comes to the Garden, he should come to the Garden. He should come to the Garden for Game 5. And, they'll put him up on the screen and they'll show him punting the ball and everybody will give him a nice cheer. So, that's how we do it in New York. But I get it. It was fun. I felt like he was just trying to get the crowd riled up. It was, a little bit out of the blue, but,
He sounds like that he gets it now, but at the time he was sort of taken aback and kind of stunned at how boisterous it was at the time. Seems that way.
Do you think this sounds at all condescending? Like, it almost feels to me like he's flexing his, like, A-lister celebrity muscle here. I'm like, oh, well, me and Timothy just didn't really understand this. We are veteran celebrities, and we just don't do it this way in New York. Like, maybe you get shown on the Jumbotron, but we just don't do it that way in New York. So maybe I'm totally off base here, but I feel like there was a little tinge of that.
Yeah, it was sort of like, I guess you're a big deal in Indianapolis.
Indiana.
Good for you. Maybe you're a stud at the hardware store in South Bend if you travel around a little bit. In New York City, we just put you on the Jumbotron and we'll show you punting. Not even your show. And it's probably going to be a squib punt. Not very good punt. It's going to be a shank that went 15 yards. Yeah, it's very interesting, the dichotomy or the juxtaposition of those two people who are very famous in their own different worlds, but those are two very different worlds.
Yeah, it does feel like Ben Stiller is still like the far and away more A-lister, and I think, maybe there's some of that thrown in there. I wish he would have done this like in character. Like if he wants to go toe-to-toe with Pat McAfee, dig into his previous characters. What he's been in Dodgeball. I don't remember his exact name. Was it Dwight Goodman or something? Where he's like this villain that's like super cocky and arrogant. That would have been so funny if he dressed to the nines in that costume and like went at Pat McAfee. That's the theater I want to see.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to see what happens tonight. That's been part of the fun of this series, is all these different storylines sort of coming together. But what is going to happen tonight at the Garden? Will those show Pat McAfee punting on the Jumbotron? Maybe. Knicks are laying 4.5 points. The Knicks are minus 190. The Pacers are plus 154. Your total is 222 and a hook. Yesterday, this was Knicks minus 5.5. If you're interested in the series price, it's Pacers minus 600. The Knicks are plus 450. Money coming in on Indiana. I just don't understand why this number is the way it is. I think there's a real strong possibility Indiana could close this out tonight and win outright. Tom Thibodeau is doing everything he can, switching up the starting lineup, trying different combinations, and still he has not been able to solve the Pacers' offense. So it doesn't matter whether it's Mitchell Robinson. It doesn't matter if it's Cat sashaying these passes around. Whatever's going on, it just hasn't been happening for the Knicks, and I cannot believe you can still get this number at 4.5.
Excellent usage of the word sashaying, especially with Cat. I did a deep dive on some of the TikToks on Karl Anthony Towns yesterday, and boy, that is comedy. But back to this game. So not only have the Knicks got it wrong in trying to defend the Pacers, so have the odds makers. If you look at these games in this recent history for the Pacers, my goodness, have they been good as underdogs. So once again, underdogs in this game, getting 4.5 points. They have 4 straight wins outright as underdogs. And 6 of their last 7 games as underdogs, they've won outright as well. So how many times do you get points with the Pacers and you say, oh, well, maybe they're the smaller team and maybe they're not going to win. Or maybe you just start taking the points and say, hey, I know a trend when I see it. I have seen these games and the Pacers look like the much better overall team. So I'm going to take the points with the Pacers.
Yeah, I would just take the Pacers outright. Maybe I'm just maybe I've just got that Indiana fever. Oh God, I was not trying to make a WNBA reference there. Lame. But honestly, the Pacers are just such a good basketball team, and still I feel like they're not getting respect from the books. I've been saying this for like a couple weeks. Maybe I'm missing something, but at this point, based on what we've seen in this series, I think the Knicks are worn out. I think they are tired. I think the Pacers' depth has worn them down, and it doesn't matter what combination that Tibbs goes with in the Knicks starting lineup. The Pacers are so deep, and I think they're going to run the Knicks ragged. I would take Indiana outright.
Yeah, because that's the handicap is the deeper this series goes, the more advantage the Pacers have, simply because they have the deeper rotation and they have the fresher legs. So now sitting in game 5, I feel like this is when the gap starts to widen even more between the Pacers and the Knicks.
Knicks need something to happen. Maybe Tracy Morgan throws up or something. They got to switch things up at the Garden. They just have not been good, but something needs to change. Coming up on the show, if you follow sports wagering at all, you certainly know Pam Maldonado, the betting analyst from ESPN, and tennis channel is going to join us next. I'm Jenks. She is Chelsea. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Thursday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. We do it each and every single weekday. Coming up in a couple minutes, if you love betting on tennis or just betting in general, we have got just the person for you. We will bring in Pam Maldonado from both ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. Remember yesterday you were talking about being influenced by all of the things that you're seeing online? So I get a call from the lovely Catherine yesterday, and she's like, hey, guess what I did? I was like, I don't know. Guess what I bought? I bought a new keyboard, and it's arriving today. I was like, oh, well, I'm like, okay, that sounds great, honey. No. This is a great keyboard. I go, did you get influenced again? She's like, oh, yeah. The keys light up. It has an awesome clicking sound. There's a little roller bar for the volume. And it cost me, I go, how much did this keyboard cost you? She goes, $90. I go, you spent $90 on a keyboard? I know. But here's the thing. I will say, I was laughing so hard. So she goes, oh, my God, I got to show it to you. And so, I mean, now, this woman, to her credit, works about a billion times harder than I do and is always on her keyboard. But it lights up, and it has this crazy, like, clicking sound, and she's super tactile oriented. Like, she's always been that way, especially when she types, like, you'll just even see her, like, the way she touches things, like she's just very touch sensitive. So you know what? For her, she walked in yesterday. Normally I get up, give her a hug, give her a kiss. She's like, hey, let's look at my keyboard. I was like, man, you are into this keyboard. But I'll tell you what, she was proud of it. And I have to say, if that $90 keyboard makes her happy, then it does. What is something you would spend a little extra money on if it brought you such joy?
This is such a boring adult answer, but I got a really nice vacuum. And This sounds stupid, but I vacuum a lot. And I like to keep our house really clean. And I have a 5-year-old, so we use it a lot. So normally I wouldn't say, hey, you need to buy the brand name vacuum. But listen, if you find yourself vacuuming a lot, might as well make it enjoyable and make it easier on yourself, because the right tools obviously can make things easier. This goes for like gardening or landscaping. Like, things are a lot easier when you have a great lawnmower. So I agree with you. $90 sounds like a lot for a keyboard, but if she's using it every day, like, she's going to get her use out of it.
I mean, I will say, the keys were lighting up when I was touching them. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I don't know if I'd spend $90 on, but even I was like, I'm getting influenced right now watching this thing. All right, someone I watch all the time, I'm sure you do too, especially if you're on social media or you watch ESPN, is Pam Maldonado, betting analyst for the worldwide leader and Tennis Channel as well. Hey, first of all, good morning to you. Thank you for waking up with us. And I just wanted to ask, having followed you for so long, I know you're a massive tennis fan, and they honored Rafa Nadal, as we know, on Sunday. What has his influence and his impact on the sport meant to you, and to Roland Garros in particular, just having watched him throughout his career?
First of all, thank you for having me. Secondly, why y'all trying to make me cry at 7:20 in the morning? Nadal I shed tears when Roger Federer had his goodbyes. We all did, because that was like the first sign of like, okay, this is really happening. We're in it, and they're going away. And cried again for Nadal. And honestly, oh my God, I am. Because it's we grew up on the big three. We grew up watching greatness. And the only way that I've ever only felt that I can describe it is we are mere mortals watching gods live among us. And it is I have such an obsession with tennis, because what these three guys, Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic, still doing is literally something we will never see again in our lifetime. We can talk about, Michael Jordan and all of these other great athletes, but they are a single individual who kind of took over their leagues. But in tennis, with the big three, you had three of the most competitive players in their sport competing against each other, and every single time they played, it was art on a canvas, because they made each other better, and you was never seeing the same thing twice. And it's a thing of beauty that we will never see again.
Yeah, so as a casual tennis fan, obviously I'm not super into tennis, Like, who are the next big names? Like, is there anybody who's there that's going to be taking the torch? Because right now I'm looking just at the favorites to win the French Open. Carlos Alcaraz, I know I've seen you post about him before. Yannick Sinner, Novak Djokovic, of course, he has a great resume, but maybe not the tip of his, the top of his career right now. So who do you think takes over there? Is it Carlos Alcaraz? Lay out the scene for us.
Yeah, so there's actually like an entire generation. We have players like Stefanos Tsitsipas, Alexander Zverev, even Andrei Rublev. These are the players that were with the big three, and you expected them to come on the rise, and they never did. Well, the players that came in right after them, you just mentioned one of them, Carlitos Alcaraz. Him, along with Yannick Sinner, those are the two players that said, okay, we're here, we're taking the torch, and we are moving on. Alcaraz is I talk about a thing of beauty. That's him. Everything that the big three showcases of their playing styles, the grit, the fight, the finesse. Alcaraz has all of the traits of the big three, a little bit of Federer, a little bit of Nadal, a little bit of Djokovic wrapped into one, and then out comes Carlitos. So this is why he's grown over the last few years in fanship, and he's also just very humble, and you don't have that same type of charisma from Yannick Sinner. He has all of the power and all of the fight, and he's winning every title, but he doesn't have the same personality characteristics. Yet those are the two guys right now that are sitting up at the top.
So, Pam, one thing I love about listening to your reading about your handicapping is that you really go into the weeds and really do the work. So when you're talking about tennis in particular, how do you quantify something like surface? Because clearly they're playing on clay as opposed to hard court or something else.
Right. Yeah, every surface, even if it's hard court, no two hard courts are the same. There's a slow hard court, medium hard court, faster hard court, and early in the season, throughout the year, you really have to figure out who excels on this surface based on their playing styles. So somebody like Alcaraz, he has a massive kick serve, and he loves his drop shots, and he slides really well. He has a lot of the traits that are suitable for a clay surface, especially on a slow clay surface. And for somebody like Yannick Sinner, who you would think he's great at everything, it's going to translate to clay. He has so much power in his game, and I'm going to use that word a lot with him because that's literally like the definition of Sinner, power. But weapons like that tend to get muted on slower surfaces like clay, so he's going to ramble through, the lower ranked players, but when he faces somebody like Alcaraz who can absorb all of that power, redirect, becomes a counterpuncher, well then that becomes a little bit useless. So you have to know these traits, and what I love about tennis is you can only look at stats for so much. Football, I look at data. Golf, I look at data. When it comes to tennis, if you're not watching the matches, you're not going to know what's going on, both with the surface, both with the weather, both with all the players. You really have to embody what are they doing on these matches? How is it working out in real time in order to get a true feel of the possible outcomes?
Yeah, so we are a betting show. So do you have any bets for us when it comes to the French Open, whether it's outright winners, matchups? What do you like?
Let's look at the outright market. Carlos Alcaraz right now, he's a minus 120 favorite right now. That number has dipped because we are a couple of days into the tournament. He was plus money, but now he's a favorite. That is still value to me because he is just unreal shot-making type of player. He has quick movement. He has the confidence of a defending champion. He won here last year. He's already won 3 of the 4 majors. He's so young. He's still in his early 20s. He is the type of player that forces you to play his tempo. He took a tough second set stride. He's pulled through. That's the kind of resilience that you want in a title run. Somebody that doesn't really get phased of okay, I dropped a set. No, he rebounds and he finds his way back. He has every single weapon at his disposal, the drop shot, the kick serve. He's strong on both wings. His draw, pretty simple. So I know that it's minus 120 and it's not exciting and thrilling to take. But when it comes to majors in tennis, there's really only 2-3 guys, at most 1 or 2, that truly can win. And Alcaraz, for me, is going to be it on the outright market.
We're talking with Pam Maldonado. She is a betting analyst for ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. So, you cover it all. but I know you're also someone who likes to bet on golf and handicaps golf as well. We've got the Memorial coming up this weekend, starting today. So what are some bets, maybe some markets or some players you're looking at Muirfield Village?
Well, I want to say first, you were talking about the $90 keyboard. As sports bettors, we have spent money on worst things. And one of those things is betting a Fleetwood outright multiple times. He's just Mr. No-win, but he's so consistent for the top 20, top 10 market. So I love Tommy Fleetwood for a top 20 at minus 125. That's priced as with no ties. But I took some money on him to win an outright, but I used the without Scotty odds. So take Scotty out of the equation, and he's 18-1. But I absolutely love Fleetwood. If you watch him every single week, he's so confident out there. He makes it look so easy, and he's striping it from tee to green. He's 5th best in the field. He leads in strokes gained around the green, which is something that you absolutely need from Muirfield Village because you're going to miss these greens. They're so small. And if you don't have the ability to get up and down and recover, then that could be a big problem. Except Fleetwood is one of the best at doing that. He finds the fairways. He plays out there with finesse. And I know it's Mr. No-win, but I just feel like this is his time. There's no better tournament that fits him. There's no better course that fits his style of play. This is the absolute perfect setup for Fleetwood to finally win on tour. It's just absurd. I don't know if you saw that stat a couple months ago, but he has the most money earned on the PGA Tour without ever winning a title.
Wow.
Let's change that.
That's crazy. Right. But eventually it feels like we do hear these stories. Like Xander Schauffele is one of the guys that kind of comes to mind when it comes to like, well, he's never going to win. He's never going to win. Eventually they do win something. So I personally will be rooting for Tommy Fleetwood because I think he's like a fun one to watch. Let me ask you a fun question. It's maybe not numbers based. Who is your favorite golfer on tour? It feels like there are so many guys that are easy to root for. I know you're a Longhorn, so maybe Scotty Scheffler's in the mix. Who's your favorite guy to watch?
It's such a cop-out to say, but I do love Scotty Scheffler. Yes, he's a Longhorn. Hook 'em. But I also have a Scotty Scheffler shirt that says, "What would Scotty do?" And he would win. He just wins. That's all he does. But I love his personality because he's so humble. Like, you would never even know he's the best player in the world. You would never know that he's just like, we're comparing him to Tiger. He just doesn't have that personality of, oh yeah, that's me. I'm it. Such complete opposite of like a Bryson DeChambeau, right? He's not flamboyant. He's not loud. And because of that, I just respect him so much more. He holds on to his values. He loves his family. It's just, there's so many solid qualities. Also biased because I met him once at a Longhorn game, and he had a big giant plate of macaroni and cheese, and I was like, yes, I love macaroni too. So I was like, okay, we just became best friends. So in my mind, we're best friends.
Okay, so we got a couple minutes here. I mean, the box has been open, so I have to ask, how much fun is it going to be to watch Arch Manning this season?
So exciting. We're all excited. We were excited for him last season. Every time Texas was down, we were like, okay, let's swap out Quinn. Let's bring in Arch. It's Arch time. So all of us are waiting for it. There's signs already plastered all over the city. We're very excited for it. Also, as the bettor, let's lower some expectations. Yeah, he's still young. He's going to make some mistakes. He's not going to be as sharp as we're probably hoping that he's going to be. So let's see what happens. Let's see what develops. But I think it's a great time because I was never as a Longhorn, I wasn't the biggest fan of Quinn Ewers. So I'm very excited to see the transition of what we could be having a much more mobile quarterback.
It's going to be so much fun. The hype train is going to be unbelievable. Make sure you check her out as betting analyst for ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. She is Pam Maldonado. Pam, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, guys.
You bet. Have a good one. Oh, you shouldn't have said you're a Longhorn. That's all I needed to hear. 98 days and counting. 98 days until college football season. Oh, my God. I cannot wait.
Oh, here we go.
Double D. You know what I'll do? I won't even talk about football. I'll just talk about the number one golfer in the world, Scotty Scheffler. Oh, I don't know. Does he dominate? Yes, he dominates. And every time I see him, I turn to whoever's next to me. Maybe I'm by myself. I have to shout across the room, hey, Longhorn right there. Hook 'em, Longhorn. Doesn't matter what season it is. It's always a good time to be a Texas Longhorn. Oh, almost
man,
get the end there.
You nail that every single time, Jenks. There's a reason we continue to play that theme music. I thought that we wouldn't hear it for another few months, but I stand corrected. It's never a bad time for Jenks to talk about college football. And listen, like Pam's a big college football gal as well, so you were not off base there.
Man, Double D. I mean, all of us are thinking of Double D. I mean, he's not in hospice. He's just not feeling well today. But well done to actually have that like on the ready. I mean, I feel like that's right there. The hotkey. I'm telling you, he's got that bad boy memorized. Coming up next on the show. All right. No more Longhorn talk, at least for today. But we have a short baseball slate. Got a little basketball tonight. Where are we going to go? We'll tell you our best bets, and we're going to talk with the Donkster as well. I don't know what he's up to today, but he's got a few things to say. That and a whole lot more coming up next. We're going to wrap up hour 3 on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network when we come back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
There we go. Welcome back to the show on a Thursday. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Have your best bets coming up. We'll talk with the Doctor as well. I'll tell you one thing I don't think I'm ever doing again. I'm quitting cold turkey. I'm trying to put in my bets as I'm saying this. I don't think I'm ever going to take melatonin again.
Ooh.
I'm
really?
telling you, I usually need help falling asleep. I have been up since 1:30 this morning.
Oh, no.
I had one of the most violent dreams I have ever had, and I will spare everyone the details. But I mean, I woke up like, what in the hell was that? And I knew it was bad when I hear Catherine go, "Hey, you all right?" I'm like, yeah, I took some melatonin. I don't think I should. And I didn't take much. I took just a little bit. Like, not even a full pill. Like, this is just stuff you get off Amazon. This was not some sort of, like, crazy dosage or something. And then I was talking to ChatGPT. I'm like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? Are these things correlated? Because sometimes I believe that dreams, you know, your subconscious can absolutely come to light when you're sleeping. But then sometimes I think dreams don't mean anything. Like, it's just a scramble of whatever's in your head. And this definitely felt like a scramble. I'm like, I don't know what this was, but I don't want to do this again. So I think I'm done. I'm out.
That's definitely a side effect of melatonin. I have noticed I have wild dreams on it. But my suggestion would be this. Go down to the kids version. I take kids melatonin. It's just like half a gram or half a milligram. I'm not sure what the measurement is, but it's a lot less. That way it gets you like a little drowsy, but you don't get the wild dreams. So there is an in-between there. I feel like people used to say this about Lunesta. Do you remember that drug?
Oh, yeah.
Where it was like the butterfly that came during the night in those commercials, and people reported like wild side effects. Like people were sleepwalking, people were doing all these wild things while they're still asleep. And now I feel like nobody takes Lunesta.
What happened to that? It's like what happened to... What's it called? Airborne. Do people still take Airborne before they get on a plane? Remember when that was a thing for a long time?
It's still available.
Is it?
Like,
Okay.
It still exists. I've seen it. I just think people are like, wow, this is just vitamins.
Yeah. There was a time we was just read out, oh, you got to take Airborne before you get on a plane. You got to take Airborne. And now it's just like, yeah, you can take it if you want. It's kind of fallen off. I'm not taking melatonin again. And the thing was, I was the one... I was protecting some kids, and I was using a baseball bat to keep these. I know, terrible. I'm like, am I a psychopath? Oh my God, it was terrible. I'm like, yeah, man, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Maybe cut back on the true crime. That would be one suggestion. Maybe
I was gonna say, what did you watch before bed?
Pause Dateline for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it is. What did we watch before bed? We watched Murder Has Two Faces.
There we go.
It's what we watched. Catherine's suggestion. I mean, I was like, sure, I'll watch it. Yeah. So just maybe watching that and the combination of melatonin, just scatter shooting, maybe that had something to do with it. Tonight, guess what? It's Cinderella. Something very, very light. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. What's going to go on? Sammy P and Joe O. Of course. The crew is back. They're going to talk about the Thunder heading to the NBA Finals after that dramatic, I don't even say dramatic, convincing win over the Timberwolves last night in Oklahoma City. Nick Friedel will join the guys at 10 o'clock, and then Sean Zerillo from the Action Network will give his favorite plays today in Major League Baseball at 11 in the morning. I want to hear those because we have a short slate today. We have 5 games on the schedule, and I have to say, I don't like any of these games. So I can't wait to find out what you have to say because I'm just going to throw something into the wind. Let's tell you what we're going to go for and go with tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. 2-0 this week. It is all you.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of a coward because I'm not just taking the Pacers and the points here because we've been rallying all show long for the Pacers because, listen, they've been good as underdogs. But I feel like this pick is correlated. So I'm going to go with a team total for the Pacers over 108.5 for minus 135 because it feels like that's the thing that we can bank on. Even if they don't win the game, I do think they're going to score a lot of points because this is what we've seen in the postseason thus far. So if you look at this number of 108.5, they've already hit this in 3 of the 4 games against the Knicks in this series. And dating back to last series, they hit this in 4 of the last 5 games against the Cavs, who are also a team that plays at a very slow pace, supposedly has a good defense, and they still hit it in 4 of those 5 games. Also hit it in 4 or 5 games against the Bucks. So we've already had the outlier game in this series in which the Pacers scored, 100 points in that loss. I don't think we see that again. I think the Pacers are a team that knows they can run and gun. I think the Knicks are going to have to be the ones keeping pace. So let's go Pacers over their team total of 108.5 for minus 135.
You know what? Maybe I'll do it. I mean, I've been talking about the Pacers all show long, and then I'm not going to bet them after all this.
I know.
I'm a coward.
We're cowards.
I think I'm going to do it. All right, here's what I'm going to do. First of all, here's my baseball bet for today. I hate this bet. Every now and then, I'll put a bet. I hate this bet, but I'm going to do it anyway. Here we go. You can fade me if you would like. Every now and then, I just find a bet that I'm going to go with, but I'm not crazy about it. I keep going back and forth. We just don't have a big slate today. But if I am picking baseball, I'm going A's, Blue Jays over 8. So I was going to get the A's at plus money in the first 5 when I thought Jeffrey Springs was on the mound. Then they switched. Now they're going with Jacob Lopez. So he is generally a reliever. Did start last time out, was very impressive. I'm not quite a believer just yet based on a single start on a guy who has made his bones as a bullpen guy. And by the way, he will give way to an Athletics bullpen that has been the worst in Major League Baseball over the last 2 weeks. An ERA well over 9. Also, if you look at the Blue Jays splits, okay, they disappointed. They're an under team, but they are much better against left-handed pitchers. Lopez is a lefty. Jose Barrios will go for Toronto tonight. He's been okay. Like I said earlier, I read a preview. He's been so good in Toronto. No, he has not. He has an ERA over 5 this season, and the Athletics can get to him. Obviously, on the road, not in Sacramento, which is definitely a hitter's park. We've seen that, but this is still an A's team, 6th in OPS, 7th in slugging this season. The Blue Jays, again, much better in those categories against lefties, so I'm going against the money here. I think we get an over. Let's go over 8 in Toronto.
Yeah, like you said, the A's have a good offense. I think people fail to realize that. They're also top 10 in home runs, so they've got some power to those no-name bats as well. So, Jenks, now that neither of us have taken the Pacers officially, they're definitely winning this game, and they're definitely covering. That's just how it goes.
Oh, I'm taking them. I just put them in. I'm doing it.
Oh, you are?
I'm putting them in.
Okay.
All right. I'm not yellow. I'm a guy who puts his money where his mouth is. Let's do it. Here's the thing. I don't understand this number. Could the Knicks pull it together? Sure. I just don't understand, based on what we've seen, why in the world the Knicks are still laying a number this big. The Pacers are the better team. They are the deeper team. I think the Knicks are absolutely worn out. And Tom Thibodeau has done his best to switch around that starting lineup. Okay, maybe they have a bit of a rebounding edge, but you're losing some scoring punch. It doesn't matter what they've done. It just hasn't worked. The Pacers are unfazed. The Pacers are still undervalued. And Karl Anthony Towns, banged up. That is certainly not a good sign if you're the Knicks. And this is a team that is exhausted anyway. The Pacers' depth will wear them down. I will happily take Indiana and the points tonight. Pacers plus 4.5 against the Knicks. Let's just do it.
Yes, sirs. Isn't that they're saying?
Yes, sirs. Yes, sirs. Okay, we got to get to Sammy P here. Before that, Donkster, get on in here, buddy. You've been waiting all show. What's going on?
Yeah, I was listening to your segment earlier on the Blue Zone cruise, and it sounds like such a grift.
Well, I mean, it's expensive, but, you know, you pay $1 million, you know, maybe a lifetime on a boat. That's not bad.
Dad, I know. I'm not deaf. I have big ears. I heard all about it. Pretty rude, Donkster. The point is, you could set sail with someone on this show free of charge.
What, are you going to take people on the Potomac here in D.C.?
It's not even that complicated. Just hop in while we go from one end of the hot tub to the other.
That sounds gross.
And plenty of healthy snacks are provided by my friend Stefan.
Okay.
Snacks, huh?
Snacks. Okay, that's one way to put it. Donkster, do you have a bet?
I do. Astros, money line, minus 115 against the Rays.
Awful as
Nailed
always.
Awesome
as always, the handsome and lovely Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning. How you doing, my friend?
What an introduction. Handsome and lovely. I thought
Yeah.
good things came in threes, though.
Oh. And erotic. You know.
Oh, no. The Donkster rubbed off on you. Wrong
Sorry, how to get out of that
headspace.
mindset.
You forgot to change
intelligent.
the voice there, buddy.
Intelligent,
The voice has to-
yes.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
you say erotic, you got to change the voice.
Yeah. Sorry.
Why can't we, Chelsea, why can't you pull the trigger tonight? You know you want to.
Well, I did team total instead of the Pacers getting the points because it's correlated, right? Because if the Pacers lay an egg, like that bet loses 2, but I'm doing team total over 108.5. I just feel like they're not going to slow them down, especially since they have fresh legs. So, like, that's the thing I feel like I can count on more as opposed to like sweating a spread late in the game.
That's fine. You're playing it at least in some way, shape, or form. I think a lot of people last night outsmarted themselves, seeing a big number with OKC and thinking, I don't know, everybody likes it. Sometimes everybody's right. And everybody was right last night because the T-Wolves were out of gas. It feels similar tonight. It really does.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes desperation doesn't matter. Like, people love that angle, but like sometimes the better team just wins.
I heard this quote a long time ago in Vegas. If you must win, you must not be that good.
Oh, I like that.
Ah.
I don't remember that.
I get
That's
it.
really good. That's why we have him on this. That's why he has a show. Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, thank you so much. That is going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew and Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. As always, I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys today coming up on this Thursday. We're going to get into some of the golf pairings we got coming up this afternoon at the Memorial. We'll give you a live leaderboard update here in a little bit. Kenny Ducey going to join us here in moments. We also have a big Game 5 tonight, of course, between the Knicks and the Pacers. Also Game 5 in the NHL playoffs between the Stars and the Oilers. We'll break down both of those games, give out some best bets that we have. Look at the NFL, some futures markets on this Thursday. We'll dive into AP Offensive Player of the Year. A couple of guys I have my eye on. I'll tell you who I like in that market. Then we'll wrap everything up, as always, with our favorite plays of the day. We love to hear from you guys on this show. Chime in with any questions, any comments that you have, anything that you have for us in tennis. Let us know with Kenny Ducey. Anything you guys have in golf, NBA, NHL, hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X, and we will get to your questions over the next 30 minutes. And also, if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. All right, let's talk some tennis. Glasses in session. We go to the Glass guest line, check in with Kenny Ducey, who joins us. Covers.com, digital contributor for Tennis Channel as well. Give Kenny a follow on X at Kenny Ducey. Kenny, great having you on the show, man. French Open in full swing. It's underway. We have a few more matches that still are taking place later on today. We got another big card tomorrow. Just give us any plays that you like in some of these matches that we have coming up, or anything that you have your eye on for some of tomorrow's matches as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I mean, there's a lot of really great matches that we're going to get to see tomorrow. A lot of Americans in play. Look, it's been a wild tournament so far. We've had a lot of top seeds eliminated. We've had some shocks today. I think Alexander Bublik over Alex de Minaur was a big shock to me. Tomorrow, I'm looking at a few here. I mean, I think that when we're talking about the Americans, talking about Tommy Paul and Tiafoe, they're both playing big matches. Sebastian Corda, a fellow American, going to play Francis Tiafoe. I actually like Francis Tiafoe in that match at even money. It's a pretty shocking thing to say, considering going into this tournament, I wasn't really high on Francis Tiafoe. I don't think anyone really was. He hasn't had a great season. I know everyone knows his name. He's obviously had all the success on stateside at the U.S. Open, but he's had a tough season. He's had about a tough year, calendar year, and clay has never been his surface. But with that said, I mean, I think he's looking pretty impressive here so far. Nice win over Safulin. Sebastian Corda, just kind of a head case. I thought he got a little lucky against Jensen Brooksby. He served himself out of trouble. A lot of big serves to bail him out. So I actually think Tiafoe sneakily is a good underdog play there. I also really like Karen Khachanov at minus 140. When we saw Tommy Paul yesterday, it looked like he might have hurt himself a little bit. He was limping around, didn't look quite himself, had to come back from 2 sets to love down. We've seen him do that before at Grand Slams, and then we've seen him come out the very next match and look a little bit flat. I just think that's going to cost him here against Karen Khachanov, a player who, in my power rankings, is number 20 in the world on clay and fast rising. I think he is right back to where he was a year and a half ago. And, we've seen this now over the course of the last 6 months. He's really come back into form, but injury robbed us of about like a year of Karen Khachanov. But a 2-time quarterfinalist here, playing really well, playing a potentially hampered opponent. So I like fading 2 Americans, but with one, I guess we're backing an American with Tiafoe against Corda, and then I like Khachanov against Tommy Paul.
All right, I like it. So make sure to make note of those matches coming up tomorrow. Kenny, looking big picture on the men's draw. Coming into the tournament, it looked like it was Alcaraz and it was Sinner, and it certainly looks like it's probably going to come down to one of those two guys. Alcaraz now minus money at BetMGM to win the French Open. Is it still Alcaraz for you at this point? Do you like Sinner, or maybe somebody else down the board you take a shot with?
It's very much still Alcaraz for me. It remains to be seen how good Jannik Sinner is going to be on clay. I think that we saw last year, Carlos Alcaraz played a really terrible match against Jannik Sinner at the semifinal stage. Pat Mortaloglu said that as well. He really didn't play his best tennis, did Carlos. Didn't play his best tennis in the final either, but somehow he manages to get past Jannik Sinner. I mean, Jannik Sinner had a lost first set to Corentin Moutet here last year. You look at the track record on clay for Sinner, it's just not as good as it's been on hard courts. And now, I mean, it's pretty damn good. I think he only lost 3 matches all year last year on clay. But, you know, when you compare that to how many matches he played almost 70 matches and lost, I think, twice on hard courts and played, you know, I think it was a 50-2 record, something very close to there. You know, proportionately, he has lost on clay. The surface also doesn't suit him because it slows down the ball for him. He can't really hit through opponents quite as well. And while he does have, you know, I mean, he's good at everything. He has good touch. He has good volleying skills. It's just not the strength of his game. So that's where I think Carlos really comes into play here with him. I think if they meet down the road, I think that's going to be a tough one for Sinner. But I would look out for a couple of guys in his quarter especially. I'm looking at Jack Draper and Archer Feast in that first quarter who could potentially take out Jannik Sinner. Archer Feast playing extremely solid tennis right now. I know he had to go 5 sets with Jame Munar, but if he's got some left in the tank in front of a home crowd, he's a big match player. He's taken out some big names. I just think there's a lot in his way. And for Alcaraz, there's not too much in his way until he's going to get to that semifinal stage. So I think I'm still sticking with Alcaraz as my favorite play to win the tournament. And there's some interesting stories developing elsewhere, but I think for the most part, you've got to stick with what we thought going in, and that's Jannik Sinner with the drug suspension and the time off there, as well as maybe some rust. And Carlos Alcaraz coming in guns blazing on clay. You got to go with Alcaraz.
We're talking with Kenny Ducey here on Send It In, talking some French Open. Make sure you guys give Kenny a follow on X at Kenny Ducey. Kenny, over to the women's side, and this one was a little more up for grabs, right? According to the odds makers, Sabalenka and Iga were kind of the favorites heading into this thing. They still very much are. You have Coco Gauff in contention and Driva as well. Right now, Iga is the favorite at BetMGM after we saw Sabalenka early in the tournament, pre-tournament, be the favorite. What do you make of the women's draw? Is it Iga for you? Is it Sabalenka? Who do you like on the women's side?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of early to say, yeah, we're going to go Iga back in the favorite, driver's seat here because, coming into the tournament, there was a lot of weird stuff going on, and she's won 2 matches in very convincing fashion. I mean, that's all well and good, but she's done that before here this year and then just completely turned around the opposite direction. I just think, you want to go through the Rolodex here. Stuttgart, she loses to Helena Ostapenko, and you go, okay, well, she's 0-6 now against Helena Ostapenko. She just cannot beat Helena Ostapenko. One of the great things about our sport here that sometimes you just got head-to-heads. You can't explain them. She can't beat Helena Ostapenko. Okay, that's fine. But Madrid and Rome, that's really where she made her money last year, right? She had really nice runs there going into the French Open, and obviously at the French Open here, she's lost just 2 times. She goes all the way to the semis in Madrid. She loses to Coco Gauff. She loses to Coco Gauff 6-1, 6-1, and loses to Maddie Keys in a first-set bagel before she ends up beating Maddie Keys in the quarterfinals. And she lost to Danielle Collins in Rome, which was just an insane match. I believe she was a minus 900 favorite there. So, there's a lot transpiring, right now with Iga Swiatek. She's a little off. And so, yeah, she's won 2 matches in pretty convincing fashion, but I'm going to need to see a little bit more than beating Stramkova and Raducanu to anoint her the favorite once again. The good news is she does have a good draw. The bad news is that Helena, at least until the 4th round, the bad news is Helena Ostapenko is lurking. If she ends up beating Elena Rybakina and Swiatek beats Christian, it's going to be Swiatek and Ostapenko. And I will tell you right now, it's a kind of a meme, but Ostapenko's never lost to Iga Swiatek. So how can we be so sure Iga Swiatek's the favorite here when she's got an impossible opponent ahead of her?
Ooh, that'll be interesting. All right, something to keep an eye on there. Great talking French Open with Kenny Ducey. Kenny, obviously you're locked in on tennis, man. Also do a great job with baseball as well. We have a minimal slate today in the MLB. Any plays that you like? Anything that stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, what stood out to me is I think this is potentially Ryan Gusto's last start with the Houston Astros. We've seen a bunch of their, for lack of a better term, a bunch of their NPCs come up to the major leagues and have 5 innings of great ball, One of those was Brandon Walter. One of those was Colton Gordon. He's now in the rotation. I think they're going to kick Gusto out, put Brandon Walter in, maybe after this start. And he's just been pretty terrible. And I think it would be better for everybody if they lost this game and Ryan Gusto got blown up. So I'm going to go with the Tampa Bay Rays and Shane Baz at even money here. This is just a player that profiles incredibly poorly. Tampa Bay is hitting somewhat recently. I also think you have to love the Washington Nationals here against Emerson Hancock. I mean, it's so obvious who the two pitchers we want to fade today are, and they're Emerson Hancock and Ryan Gusto, and you got them both at plus even money on the road, short road underdogs. I like the Nationals and the Rays. I also just think, offensive explosion last night for Washington. How could you not love what the Nationals are doing?
Sure. Absolutely love it. Kenny, got about a minute left, sir. I'll open it up to you. Futures market in Major League Baseball. It could be a division winner. It could be a future in the NLAL pennant. It could be Cy Young, Rookie of the Year, anything. Right now, is there a futures bet that you love in the MLB?
Well, to be honest, I haven't been locked in on the future odds because we don't get those here in New York. But I will tell you, if the price is right, and I am going to quickly see if I can find it here, and I believe it will be right. I really like Matt Shaw for NL Rookie of the Year. Yeah, it's close to 10-1. This guy is absolutely raking, PJ. I don't know if anyone's noticed because everyone made fun of his leg kick, which I think it's fake news that he changed the leg kick. Maybe he altered it a little bit, but everyone was, honing in on one highlight of him hitting a home run in AAA. This guy's absolutely raking right now. I think 3 multi-hit games in his last 5, stealing bases, just hitting the ball so well the opposite way. He is really turning into a very, very important player on a very important offense. This is a very good team, the Chicago Cubs, and I think Matt Shaw is riding his way up there. I know that there's a lot of interesting names here. I've mentioned Agustin Ramirez before, I believe before the season, but I think it's going to be one of those two guys, Ramirez or Matt Shaw. And with the Cubs being so good and the Marlins just kind of, basically already to end the season here in late May, I think that there's a good shout for Matt Shaw here at about 10-1. That's a pretty crazy price because he looks just insane right now. It looks like he was supposed to look at the beginning of the year. And if he did that, he probably would be 4-1 right now.
Yeah, love it. Kenny Ducey, always great having him on. Always great getting his insight. Covers.com, also digital contributor for the Tennis Channel. Make sure you guys give Kenny a follow on X at Kenny Ducey. Kenny, thanks for the time, man. Enjoy the rest of the French Open, and we'll talk again soon.
PJ, my man, you as well. Thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely, sir. All right, guys, let's keep rocking here on Send It In. We got round 1 of the Memorial underway at Muirfield Village. Ben Griffin, Colin Morikawa right now tied for the lead at 4 under par. You got Shane Lowry, Bud Cauley, Andrew Novak all at 3 under. B Mills, I believe you gave out Akshay Bhatia. He's 2 under, so a really good opening round for him. And then our guy Corey Connors is 2 under. He's off to a nice start. Xander's 1 under. He's doing pretty well. Tony Finau at even. Also a nice start to his day. We got some of the bigger names as well getting ready to tee off, which we'll get to here as we look at some 2 balls. But so far, a good start, and this course playing just like we thought it would. One of the toughest tests on the PGA Tour. Outside of the U.S. Open, this might be the hardest course that they play all year, and it is certainly showing that if you've been watching the golf today. Very difficult. The wind is starting to pick up as I have it on the TV next to me. So kind of what we had in mind so far coming true, and hopefully our golfers continue to perform well as we look at some 2 balls we have coming this afternoon. We'll start with Robert McIntyre and Ben On. They are off and running about 10 minutes ago. Ben On was plus 115 against Bobby Mack, who's minus 145, and I would look at Ben On at this price. Guys had a runner-up finish at this tournament before. One of the better iron players when his game is on, and Ben On's been playing some better golf. Both of these guys tend to play well on difficult golf courses, but I think getting the plus 115 on Ben On is a good number. So I'd look at him in that 2 ball against Robert McIntyre. Siwoo Kim and Adam Scott. Siwoo was a popular guy this week, especially with the way that he played at the PGA Championship. He's got a really good track record at this course, so I would understand wanting to go with Siwoo. Adam Scott at this stage of his career is hit or miss. He's still got that beautiful golf swing, but this is a really difficult course. It plays extremely long, so I probably would look at Siwoo minus 145 against Adam Scott. Justin Thomas and Patrick Cantlay. So get this with JT, right? His last 5 starts, 3 of them, he has finished runner-up. He has won. He's finished runner-up, and then in the other 2, miscut, and then also a tied for 36. The miscut and a tied for 36 were at the 2 majors, the Masters and the PGA Championship, right? Augusta, Quail Hollow, obviously 2 tough golf courses. JT did not perform well. We're at another difficult golf course this week. I don't think JT is going to perform all that well. And we got Patrick Cantlay, who's probably got the best course history of any golfer on the PGA Tour at this place. He loves this place. He's won here twice. So I would look at Cantlay in the 2 ball at minus 105. Scotty Scheffler and Sepp Straka. Scotty's minus 275. Sepp Straka is plus 200. A lot of movement this week on Sepp Straka, very popular golfer, which makes sense because this is such a hard course. You got to be a great ball striker. We talked about it all week. Got to put the ball in the fairway for one round. Again, you're seeing the scores, right? A lot of guys even par, 1 under, 2 under. You would expect Scotty to kind of be in that mix, even 1 under. Well, why can't Scotty go 1 under and Sepp can go 2 under, especially at 2-1? Just for one round, I think Seth is a nice plus money look, so we'll go with him at plus 200. Keegan Bradley and Russell Henley are in their 2-ball today. It's a tricky one because Russ is a guy I loved betting early on in the season. He has really struggled here as of late. Missed the cut at the Masters, missed the cut at the PGA. Again, both the majors did not play well. Meanwhile, Keegan Bradley's playing some good golf, and he's normally a really good bet in the first round at tough courses. So I look at Keegan today, minus 118 in that 2-ball. Then we got Mackenzie Hughes and Matt Kuchar. I'm going to pass on those two guys. Kuchar at this stage in his career is not going to contend at a place like this, but Mackenzie Hughes is very much a guy that could shoot like a 6 or 7 over today, so I'm going to stay away from that. Then we got Nick Taylor and Jacob Bridgman rounding things out at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Nick Taylor was one of the best ball strikers on the PGA Tour early on in the season. He was like top 15, top 20 in some of the ball striking categories. He's wavered off a little bit, but still better than Bridgman, and if he can put together a good day, I think Nick Taylor can shoot a decent score. So I'll go with him, minus 115 over Jacob Bridgman. All right, guys, let's talk some playoffs. We got NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and obviously a couple of big Game 5s tonight. Both the Knicks and the Dallas Stars face elimination. We will start with the Knicks, who are 4.5-point favorites tonight with the total of 222.5. So, guys, here's my theory on what's going to happen the rest of the Eastern Conference playoffs. I think the Knicks win tonight. I think the Knicks win Game 6. And then I think we go back to MSG for Game 7, and I think the Pacers close it out. And as I've been saying since the start, Pacers in 7, right? Indiana looks like the better team. They have the better players. They have the better coach. They've been able to dictate the pace so far in this series, and that is why they are up and they are starting to wear down the New York Knicks. And the Knicks, their lineup combinations, it's just tough, right? Like, if they want to put Mitchell Robinson in the game, well, that's great. You get extra defense and rebounding, but then you don't get that other scorer in the front court to go along with Cat. You take him on the floor, then you miss that rebounding and that defense as well. So it's just a tough matchup against Indiana, who at all times, they have 5 guys on the floor that can all shoot threes and all score the ball. It makes it really difficult, and that's been a tough matchup so far with the Knicks. With all that being said, though, all these games have been tight. They've been close. And the Knicks, they have struggled at home this postseason, and a lot of it has been when the pressure is on them. Well, the pressure is really not on the Knicks tonight. Certainly it is in the standpoint where if you lose, you go home. But they're down 3-1 in the series, and everybody just expects the series to be over, and we're all getting ready for OKC and Indiana, right? So I think the Knicks in a spot like tonight with their season on the line, I think that actually helps them pressure a little bit off because the pressure's on Indiana. If they lose this game, going back to Indiana for Game 6, you better win that round, right? Because then it puts it for a Game 7, and we know in a Game 7 anything can happen. So I like the Knicks tonight. I would just take them on the money line at minus 185 just because of how great the Pacers have been on the road this postseason. If I had to play the spread, though, I would take the Knicks minus 4.5 before I would take the Pacers. A player prop that I would look at, and I don't think a lot of you guys are going to like this one, we're going to take Pascal Siakam under 20.5 points, and really, it's just all about how Siakam has trended in each of the first 4 games so far, right? Siakam in Game 1 scored 17 points. Then in Game 2, he had 39. Then in Game 3, he had 17 again. And then in Game 4, he had 30 points. Siakam's had a solid game, then he's had a great game. Then he went solid game, then he went great game again. Well, now here we are back in Game 5, and if he stays steady, he should be back at like that 17-point mark. Siakam's a great player. He's been terrific in this series. He's been unreal in a couple games in this series. But he usually doesn't put together 2 great games in a row. And I think the fact that he's coming off another great game, he's had 2 big scoring outputs, and yet that line is still at 20.5. I think the under is the play there, so give me under there. I also like Mitchell Robinson under 8.5 rebounds tonight at minus 135. I worry about Tibbs and the fact that the Knicks season is on the line, that he's going to panic tonight and he's going to go back to playing his starters a bajillion minutes, right? He's been doing a good job the last couple games, giving his starters rest, leaning on the bench a little bit. Shamit's done some good things. DeLon Wright's given him a few minutes, right? He's used Precious Achiuwa for a couple minutes as well. But I think with the season on the line, the fact that the Knicks lost, now Tibbs going to throw that all out the window. He's going to go back to his bread and butter. So we'll see if Robinson starts the game tonight. I still think he probably does, but he just has not been as effective starting as he was coming off the bench. So I'm going to go under 8.5 rebounds for Mitchell Robinson. As for the NHL playoffs, Oilers and Stars, guys, I've been cold in the NHL. I need a winner, and I think the Stars are getting us one tonight at home, minus 125. These two teams are pretty even. I know Edmonton's up 3-1 in this series. They've looked like the better team. They obviously made it to the Stanley Cup final last year. They got the best player in the world in Connor McDavid. But these teams are even. And the injury to Zach Hyman's a big one for Edmonton. Dallas has been a very good team at home this postseason. And when you just get NHL playoff series like this with two really good teams, very rarely does it not go 6 or 7 games. So I like Dallas tonight. I think they win. I think Edmonton wins it back at home for Game 6. But give me Dallas tonight, minus 125 on the money line. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Make a fast break for the action with an NBA playoff odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. All right, let's dive into our glass ball here on Send It In and look at AP Offensive Player of the Year. Obviously, Saquon Barkley took this home last year. He's the favorite once again at plus 500. Then you have Jahmyr Gibbs at 10-1. You have Jamar Chase at 10-1. Bijan at 12-1. Derrick Henry 14-1. Justin Jefferson, Puka 16-1. CeeDee Lamb, Christian McCaffrey, Nico Collins at 18-1. Amon-Ra at 20-1. And Josh Jacobs at 25-1. And that's where I would stop. There's nobody down the odds board that interests me really after Josh Jacobs at 25-1. So let's go through all these names because I got two guys that I really have my eye on for this award. Saquon is the favorite, the big favorite, and rightfully so. After the year that he had last year, probably could have broken the rushing record if they played him the final week of the regular season. Still very much in his prime, running behind one of the best offensive lines in the league, and he should have another massive season. New offensive coordinator, right? Kellen Moore now is off to the New Orleans Saints. So, how does that change things a little bit? Do they lean on Saquon as much because they asked him to do so much last season? And if the Eagles are trying to repeat, do they be cautious with the carries for Saquon? Do they pick and choose their games? Maybe where they give him 25, 30 carries, other games where they only give him 12 or 13 carries, like the Ravens did with Derrick Henry last year. I just don't want to bet Saquon at this price. And look, for a guy who was able to stay healthy last season, he obviously has had his fair share of injuries when he's been in the NFL. So if he misses a week or two, if they're cautious with him, all this contributes obviously to him in this market. Plus, it's tough to repeat. So at plus 500, I'm not betting Saquon. Jahmyr Gibbs at 10-1. Terrific player. If Ben Johnson was still the OC in Detroit, I think this would be interesting. But without Ben Johnson, I can't get involved with Jahmyr Gibbs at 10-1 because we don't know what the Lions offense is going to look like. We don't know what Jared Goff's going to look like without Ben Johnson. We don't know what the ratio between run and pass is going to look like with Detroit either. So as much as I love Gibbs, as electrifying as he is, as much of a game changer as he is, and the fact that he absolutely should be amongst the favorites in this market, I'm not touching him at 10-1. Then we have Jamar Chase at 10-1. And Chase, he won the Triple Crown as a receiver last year, right? Guy's incredible. And if T. Higgins stays healthy, that helps both guys. If T. Higgins stays healthy, well, T. Higgins is going to get his numbers. And then if Higgins is on the field, that's going to attract less attention on Jamar Chase to go and do his thing. I think of the top three guys, Barkley, Gibbs, and Chase, I would definitely look at Jamar Chase, right? Because it's going to kind of have to be the same thing for the Bengals. They're going to have to score points if they're going to want to win a lot of these games. They're likely not going to be able to keep Trey Hendrickson, and their defense was already bad to begin with last year. It's going to be bad again this year. So if the Bengals want to win a lot of these games, they got to do it behind their offense and look for Burrow and Chase and Higgins to put up monster numbers yet again. So I think Chase is a good bet. Bijan Robinson at 12-1, I would stay away from. Michael Penix obviously gets his first full year as a starter. We saw him at the end of the season, and he did some really good things, but we still don't really know how great Michael Penix is. And now with the full offseason and teams having some game film and being able to prepare for him, what is that going to look like? What's it going to look like, Michael Penix, week to week, now that teams have some tape on him? I just don't think we can bet Bijan at this price, right? Because early on in the season, teams are going to load the box. They're going to force Michael Penix to beat them, and they're going to try and take Bijan away. So I have to see Penix play good quarterback before I can bet Bijan at this kind of price. I'm going to stay away from him. Derrick Henry at 14-1. As much as I love the King, And I think maybe he's got 2 more really good years left in him. Certainly should be really good again this year. I think the Ravens, again, are going to be cautious with Derrick Henry. If you watched them last year in the regular season, there were certain games where they would really lean on him, where they would run him 20 to 25 times a game. And then there were other games where they would only run with him 11 to 12. They're very cautious. They're very heady about when they want to run Derrick. So you always have to keep that in mind. And I would not take Derrick this year at AP Offensive Player of the Year. Justin Jefferson, incredible receiver, arguably the best in the NFL. But how good is J.J. McCarthy? None of us have any idea. If you think KOC is a quarterback whisperer, which I think at this point we've established he is, and if you think he loves McCarthy, and the reason they were comfortable moving on from Darnold and making him the guy is because they think he's really, really good, I think Jefferson's a good bet then at 16-1, right? You're getting arguably the best receiver in football at 16-1. If he had a Joe Burrow throwing to him, he'd be like 8-1 in this market. So if McCarthy ends up being really good, Jefferson has a great shot at winning this award. But at the chance that he isn't, and there's probably a better chance he isn't than he is, I'm going to pass on Justin Jefferson. But the guy that I love in this market for AP Offensive Player of the Year is Christian McCaffrey at 18-1. CMC should be back this season after having those lingering injuries last year that kept him out for essentially a whole year. He could never get back to that form that we saw him a couple years ago where he nearly won the MVP. He should be back this season. And look at the offseason that San Francisco had, right? Gave up a ton of guys on defense. Ayuk's not coming back until probably the middle of the season. Got rid of Deebo Samuel. Paid Brock Purdy a bunch of money. Trent Williams is still there on the offensive line. I think San Francisco is really going to lean on the running game this season. They're going to do the things that got them to being successful. And that was running the ball with McCaffrey, Purdy off of play action, and then having their defense led by Nick Bosa up front tee off on these opposing quarterbacks. Also, San Francisco, the way that their schedule sets up for them should really be advantageous for Christian McCaffrey. This year's schedule, they face 8 of the top 10 worst rushing defenses from last season. So there's a great chance that McCaffrey's going to have some monster games this year with some of the run defense he's going to be going up against. If he can stay healthy, which he has done in his Niners career outside of last season, I think this price at 18-1 for McCaffrey is a great one. So I love him for AP Offensive Player of the Year. All right, we got some questions here in golf and baseball. B-Mills, hey PJ, today I have the Braves and Phillies game 2 under 5.5 in the first 7 with those 2 pitchers. Then I have James Wood, 2 or more total bases at plus 110. Also like Brandon Lowe, 2+ home run RBIs at minus 105 since he's been killing it. B-Mills, he's been killing it. James Wood has been killing it. I like both of those plays that I like. You're under 5.5. Wheeler, Sale, 2 of the best in the business. I love it. And then just took Cantlay over JT Peach and used the boost to get plus 120. I love it. Thank you, sir. B-Mills, let's hope Cantlay comes through. Been up and down this season, but he loves this course. And JT, again, as great as he has been recently, was not good at the Masters, was not good at the PGA. I do not like the fact that he struggled at 2 major championships, and this test that they're dealing with this week is like a major championship type test. So, fade JT, B-Mills, we're on Cantlay today in the 2-ball. All right, as for some of our best bets that we have for today, my pick and going streak, and we're going with Jeremy Pena of the Astros against Shane Baz tonight. 3 for 6 in his career is Jeremy Pena, so not too many at-bats, but he does have 3 hits. He's batting .500 against Baz, so we'll take Jeremy Pena as our guy in going streaking. Prop lock, we're going with Pascal Siakam under 20.5 points. I told you guys, Siakam's been steady throughout the series. 17 points game 1, 39 game 2, 17 game 3, 30 in game 4. He's got 17 great games, 17 great game. Now we're back to 17 in game 5. Give me under 20.5 for Siakam. My dog of the day, let's go with Sepp Straka and his 2-ball against Scotty Scheffler as they're getting ready to tee off. I know it's tough betting against Scotty, but we're just doing it for one round. Scotty could still go off and win the tournament. He could still blow Straka away by 12 shots. Just need him for 18 holes. Sepp Straka plus 200. And then my best bet, Knicks Stars moneyline parlay plus 172. Give me both of the favorites tonight in game 5. I think we get a game 6 in both of these series. That's my best bet of the day. Once again, real quick, Jeremy Pena going streaking. Siakam under points is our prop block. Sepp Straka, dog of the day against Scheffler in his 2-ball. Nick Stars moneyline parlay is our best bet. Thanks again to Kenny Ducey. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow to wrap up the week.